ahead of my time. Y'all niggas should've left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife's pussy, incredible edible dime. Patron said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the scat blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape dick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you not.
Yeah,
and bitch you not.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
Smack DVD, Papoose, Street Sweepers Entertainment, Thuggification. Y'all know the anthem. Let's go. Follow my lead. This presence alone is a threat to these rap groups. This cat loose. Yo, what the fuck is a papoose? I heard the street soldiers as well. They clap troops. This cat loose. Yo, what the fuck is a papoose? Heard them on Slate album, tearing the track loose. What the fuck is a papoose? Hey, you kicking those rhymes, you. I got a block that you won't drive through. Them stop blocks, my block. It's an all-time zoo. Get Bucky Lou with that broke nine loot. Buffin' now, call me 4-5 Poos. I ain't a blood or crip, but my blood homies is so diamond. Fucking with me and get you 8 like 4 times 2. And I don't know what the hell babe bro tryin' do, but I'll peel his wig off like some old dry glue. Run up on you like a wrestler and clothesline you. They all call papoose. I'll rob you for everything you grind for. Yeah, you got a slow grind, true. I'm on my grind, but now I'm on your grind too. Hallway steps, smoking that Bob Marley sense. Pass any weed, passing that Kavache mess. Our old timer told me not to catch a chalk trace yet. Fools play checkers, the smart play chess. I'm a parlay bet, but if one of these dudes start they mess, I'ma lay these birds out right upon their nest. And I ain't wasting my gas on no car chase death. I'ma double park bomb when they park they Lex. Send them to the graveyard, make them park they flesh. I mean the yards ain't met. When they was banging on that Chauncey set, I gotta give it to them dogs, they rap. They had a lot of niggas taking shines off they necks. If they see you with a different color scarf, they vex. And anybody who call them niggas slobs, they wet. They eat your food out if it involved they set. If you puss, I eat you like menage sex. I spit acid. Who said the son of song ain't deaf? They don't respect acid till it dissolve they flesh. Cause papoose move smooth as a parquet deck. I disregard they threats. I run up in they XyayX, lift their heads right up off their necks. Fatality, you niggas die arcade death. I walk right behind them while they bark they scat. With dog shade specs, you niggas die Scarface death. I let the shotgun just to part they flesh, tear part they chest. You niggas die Marquette death. I don't know what these rap dudes got upon their chest, but I'll wire this nigga jaw like Kanye West. Yo, Smack, I know I could get some more bars. Let me show them why they call me the lyrical one. It ain't over. Street Sweepers Entertainment. Brooklyn rise to the occasion. Welcome a real lyricist back. Ever since I was small, I stood tall like the palace of Eiffel. Take a walk into my world, I'll be glad to invite you. Cause to me, American is such an arrogant title. They should make a TV show called African Idol. In the streets, you should never turn your back on a rifle. Cause every enemy active is liable. So if you feel something shagging behind you, causing havoc inside you, that's me pulling my knife out the back of your spinal. Fornicating and claiming it be a master disciple. Somebody should backstab him in the back of his Bible. You babbling spiteful, shenanigan, frantic and frightful, spitting that savage recital. You a faggot on vital. Don't you ever try to go against a rapper that's vital. You rapping with straight lines while my rapping is spiral. My thoughts stay on point like an accurate rifle. I get straight to the point like a javelin slice you. Straight fool, got some grub in my cabinet like you. I expect you across the table with a napkin and bite you. I'm alive cause I'm wise and I practice survival. Know the struggle so I balance the struggle. Pay some grand for my jury so my carrots enlight you. Try to take my grand jury, I'ma let the automatic indict you. Had to pull it from my heart to my attic to fight you. I left the average stifle with a strategy cycle, but I'm still rather entice you with lavish delightful. Immaculate trifle, rap child write you. Deep as a large abyss of consciousness, never revive you. Don't ever challenge your idol, this chapter is final.
Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. To the beat, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. 1, 2, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. To the beat, calm says to be the short shot. Come on. I met this girl when I was 10 years old. And what I love most, she had so much soul. She was old school when I was just a shorty, never knew. Throughout my life, she would be there for me on the regular. Not a church girl, she was secular. Not about the money, those stunts was my checker, but I respected her. She hit me in the heart. A few New York niggas had dinner in the park, but she was there for me, and I was there for her. Pull out a chair for her, turn on the air for her, and just cool out and listen to her. Sitting on bone, wishing that I could eventually, if it was meant to be, then it would be, cause we related physically and mentally, and she was fun then. I'd be geeked when she come around. Slim was fresh, Joe, when she was underground, original, pure, untapped, but her down sister. Boy, I tell you, I miss her. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. To the beat, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. 1, 2, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. Calm sense, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. You act, yo, we gotta be the short shot. Now periodically I would see old girl at the club, sit at the house party. She didn't have a body, but she started getting thick quick. Did a couple of videos and became Afrocentric. Out goes the weave, in goes the braids, beads, medallions. She was on that tip about stopping the violence. About my people she was teaching me, by not preaching to me, but speaking to me in a method that was leisurely, so easily I approach. She dug my rap, that's how we got close. But then she broke to the West Coast, and that was cool, cause around the same time I went away to school, and I'm a man dub expanded, so why should I stand in her way? She probably get up money in LA, and she did stud, she got big pub, but what was foul? She said that the pro-black was going out of style. She said Afrocentricity was of the past. So she got into R&B, hip-house, bass, and jazz. Now black music is black music, and it's all good. I wasn't salty, she was with the boys in the hood, cause I was new for her. She was becoming well-rounded. I thought it was dope how she was on that freestyle. This just having fun, not worried about anyone, and you can tell by how her seed is hungry. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. To the beat, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. 1, 2, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. Until the beat calm, gotta be the short shot. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. Check it on, check it. Bust it. I might have failed to mention that this shit was creative. Once the man got to her, he altered her native. Told her if she got an image and a gimmick, then she can make money. And she did it like a dummy. Now I see her in commercials. She's universal. She used to only swing it with the inner city circle. Now she be in the burbs looking how she can dress a hippie. And on some dumb shit when she comes to the city, talking about popping house service, how hitting switches. Now she's a gangster rolling with gangster stiff, always smoking tons and getting drunk, telling me sad stories. Now she only up with the funk, stressing how hardcore and real she is. She was really the realest before she got into showbiz. I did her, not just to say I did it, but I'm committed. Girl, but so many niggas hit it that she's just not the same, letting all these goofies wish her. I see niggas slamming her and taking it to the sewer, but I'ma take her back, hoping that this is stop. Cause who I'm talking about, y'all, is hip-hop. To the beat, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. The mainframe, yo, they gotta be the short shot. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. To the beat, y'all, and you don't stop. Yes, yes, y'all, and you don't stop. 1, 2, calm sisters go to drop. Ha 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 ha. I used to love her. 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 Whip it up to this job.
You ain't got your woman in check, man? I think you are overstepping your bounds just a little bit.
I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore.
Taking my own life into my own hands. RBG, refine, be a grown man. See, that's what I'm doing, cause I know it's inside of me. All I gotta do is just bring it to reality. It's fuck the government, but still I gotta pay the rent. So yeah, I'm for the caper, most definite. Keeping it militant, focused, intelligent. Pimping the system is basic common sense. It's still fuck the bid. Black power ain't dead. All that red, white, and blue shit be going to y'all head. See, we break bread, it's like a game or a sport. Gotta train every day to keep your team on point. Cause still, to this day, our reparations ain't paid. And you can see it in the poverty around the way. It ain't even our own people on BET. So they gotta get it from somebody, it might as well be me. Besides, a nigga gotta eat when he hungry. You see how they send troops to war for their country. Niggas worldwide need an army of one. It's revolution to the fullest, put the bullets in the gun, nigga.
These the last days. Yours. 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 These the last days.
Alright. Peace and Black Power family. It's your boy Psychopath Black at you. Nah, I mean, with another Wake and Bake Bill. What's really, really hood out there, family? Nah, I mean, let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure everybody hear me clear. You know, I accept chairs too. Y'all want to throw chairs in the chat? Y'all can do that. You know, I accept chairs and ones, but let me know y'all can hear me. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Excuse me. Let's see. Shout out to Q Hefner. Shout out to Al Baylor. Shout out to Lord Bell. I see that's your page. I saw your comment. Let's see. Shout out to J Cal. Shout out to Producer Hack. Let's see. Stephanie was good. Aisha Baz was good. Wale was going on. Even though you be talking hella shit, you alright with me, dog. A little bit pseudo. A lot pseudo, but you alright with me, man. You OG. Let's see. Back to Love, what up? Lewis was good. Let's see, who else? Al Capone, what it do? Let's see, who else? Who else came to the building? Ron, what's going on with you? Sweet D was good, sis. Did I say JW already? If I didn't, my bad. Rod B, what's going on? Aries was good with you, sis. Saduga, what's up? Marche was good. Conscious Moron, what's up with you? Anybody else? I get everybody. I think I did. Following the Logic, what's going on? Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening or slide through. If I missed you, my bad. It wasn't purposely done. What's good, family? What's going on? Oh, man. I was skimming through this madness that happened the other day that got these coons losing their motherfucking mind. But yeah, family, we got another episode coming. We got it's here. You know what I mean? We had another infamous time that pops up every so often, every 2 years. But we are now it's officially on Coon Watch.
Coon alert.
totally on Coon Watch, family. It's time. It's time. They're here. They're here.
Coon alert.
You know what I mean? But yeah, one of our more infamous coons has stepped out of his tree to do his master's bidding. Y'all know what I'm talking about. No other than Uncle Larry himself, Larry Elder. Let's give him his theme music, shall we? Let's give him his theme music.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm hustling.
Who the fuck you think you're fucking with? I'm the fucking boss. 745, white on white, that's fucking Ross. I cut them wide, I cut them long, I cut them fat. I keep them coming back, we keep them coming back. I'm in the distribution, I'm like Atlantic. I got the motherfuckers flying across the Atlantic. I know Pablo Noriega, the real Noriega. He owe me 100 favors. I ain't petty, nigga. We buy the whole thing. See, most of my niggas really still deal cocaine.
All right, family. And here we go. Race hustling as Larry Elder. Uncle Larry himself. Now, I mean, the race hustler. Well, one of many race hustlers. But yeah, the race hustlers are back. Making noise. You know what I mean? Trying to make that bag off talking shit about black people. You know what they do. You know how these race hustlers do. Making all their money talking shit about black people, right? Now, I heard a couple of minutes of this bullshit, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to say this for my wake and bake. I'm going to pick this shit apart, because I already know it's a bunch of foolishness going on with all this, yeah. You know what I mean? So let's move over to the living room. Let's slide into the living room real quick. I mean, let me put this blunt down real quick and slide in the living room. Let's go. All right, here we go. All right, because we got to address some of this, man. We need to address some of this nonsense that we're about to be hearing an influx of, because we are officially in election season, and that means these coons are about to be losing their shit. So, so yeah. And they about to try to do it under the guise, and this is what y'all gotta be careful of, right? This is what y'all gotta be very, very careful of. They about to try to do this shit under the guise of caring about black people. That's what they're about to do, because that's what these coons do. These coons try to slide up in our spaces, acting like they for the people, acting like they got all our best interests in heart and everything else. These motherfuckers are wolves in sheep's clothing. They are Trojan horses. They are not to be fucking trusted. Talking this, anytime you hear a motherfucker talking about leave the Democratic plantation, run. Because that motherfucker is trying to get you on a whole different motherfucking plantation. If a motherfucker ain't telling you to step back from all this nonsense, run. I don't give a fuck who they is. I don't give a fuck they over here saying you must vote Democrat because our ancestors died for the right for us to vote Democrat. Cap, run. I don't give a fuck if it's a right winger talking about something. Oh, you better leave the Democratic plantation and come join our plantation. Our plantation is so much better. Run from all those weirdos. None of them have a plan. They all listening to white people. All of them listening to white people. Got motherfuckers over here bowing down to white liberals. You got these other motherfuckers bowing down to white supremacists. None of them got black people best interest at heart, so they can all go fuck themselves. Run. But this is the white supremacist side of this bullshit ass coin right here that we're dealing with, right? Well, the overt white supremacist side. Let me be more specific. The overt white supremacist side, right? Opposed to the covert shit, right? But they send they little wolves in sheep's clothing in our little community, and it's been working. It's been working because black people have been very, very motherfucking frustrated with this goddamn party over here on the left. So frustrated that a lot of people have packed up and believe this whole we should switch parties bullshit ass philosophy. And they went on there and switched parties. I blame, and I'm gonna blame these motherfuckers who run around here saying we are in a two-party system. We got no choice but to pick one side or the other. You motherfuckers are chasing more black people over that Republican Party than y'all even know. If you tell black people they only got two choices and they're already done with the Democratic Party, that is not a choice that they want, and you're telling them they only got two choices, guess what? They're gonna haul ass over to this other side. They're gonna haul ass over the other side because they think they ain't got no other choice. It's either Democrat, Republican. That's what they thinking. That's where they're gonna go. Because they done with the Democratic Party. So when motherfuckers start pushing this, we only got two choices and all that, y'all really not helping with that dumb shit. Right? Like, y'all not gonna scare people into going back and voting Democrat. That shit, people done with that shit. Right? People that has pulled back their support for the Democratic Party, you can't scare tactic them motherfuckers back into voting Democrat. Like, that's, y'all just not thinking when y'all say, like, y'all be saying this stuff thinking y'all gonna scare them back into doing that shit. That shit ain't gonna work. That's fear tactics. That's not gonna work. Like, that's what the Democrats are always doing, fear mongering. Black people are tired of the fear mongering. Like, so they over that tactic. Like, they going, like, if they really want black people to be satisfied with them, they're gonna have to, you know what I mean, they're gonna have to compromise and actually, you know what I mean, put some shit on the table that's gonna actually keep black people satisfied. Until then, you got strife going on within that party when it comes to us. You know, but that whole mindset that we only got two parties, you're chasing people over the Republicans when y'all talk that shit. Because they done with the Democrats. Right? But anyways, I digress. I'm going off topic here. Let's get back to Larry Elder. Right? Now, Larry Elder is a whole motherfucking coon ass nigga, Negro mouthpiece that white supremacists have pumped a whole bunch of dumbass talking points and ideals in his fucking head, and he takes his ass on these black platforms sometimes go to these black platforms. He'll go wherever anybody will listen, right? But these black conservatives like to use him and prop him up as some kind of master teacher, right? Like, he can't, like, and they get a lot of silly philosophies from this coon ass nigga. Now, he happened to get on the motherfucking Breakfast Club earlier this a couple of days ago, right? And I want to kind of review this. You know what I mean? Let's listen to some of this. Let's listen to what got the coons going crazy. Because I see the coons losing their mind. Larry Elder shut down the Breakfast Club. He shut down the Breakfast Club. Well, that ain't hard to do. Right? That's the first thing. Ain't like them motherfuckers too politically savvy, to be honest with you. They just a bunch of goddamn Democratic shields. So I'm sure they was talking a whole bunch of leftist nonsense. I'm sure it was a bunch of leftist versus Democrat shit. I'm sure both, Republican shit. I'm sure both of these motherfuckers sounded dumb as fuck at times during this video. And I'm here to dissect the fuckery. But I'm willing to bet, before I even listen to this, because I only heard like the first few minutes, I'm willing to bet that Larry Elder had way more fuck shit coming out of his pie hole than the Breakfast Club. I just find it hard to believe, but we'll see. Because again, this motherfucker right here, he's a whole motherfucker. He's a whole fucking agent of white supremacy. And I'm sorry. He's a bot, right? He's a fucking parrot. He just parrots everything. But let's get into it though, family. let's get into this review and let's hear some of this fuck shit that happened. Let's get into it.
Wake that ass up early in the morning. The Breakfast Club.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV, Charlemagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. We have Teslin Figueroa with us, and we got a special guest in the building, 2024 Republican presidential candidate, Larry Elder. Welcome, brother.
Thank you so much for having me. It is an honor.
How you feeling?
I feel good.
He does more than that, though. I mean, he was a radio host.
Radio host for 40 years.
Author, TV host.
Author,
New York
host.
Times best-selling list. Got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Corner of Hollywood and Vine, southeast corner, just saying.
Okay.
I didn't know you had a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yeah, about a handful of radio guys do, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, I think it's you, Elvis Duran,
Angie
Howard
Martinez.
Stern,
Yeah.
Big Boy. Oh, Angie
Martinez.
Martinez.
A guy named Arthur Godfrey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's jump right into it. Why are you running for president?
Well, I'm running as an America First mega guy, and we have an America First mega guy running, obviously. So the question is, what do you bring to the table?
You say MAGA.
MAGA.
Okay.
And the answer is, I bring a lot of issues to the table that I feel our side is not talking enough about.
Okay. And there you go. Now you know why he's on the fucking Breakfast Club. He's here to try to sway away disgruntled Democratic voters into voting for him in the 2024 election. That's why he's running as an independent MAGA guy. Whatever the fuck that is. I mean, is that even an official party? I mean, I predicted it would become one, but we'll see. He's running as a quote-unquote independent MAGA guy, black guy, and he's making his rounds around black platforms, prominent black platforms, right? Now, this is what these Republicans like to do, because what they're going to try to do is, again, sway away black disgruntled Democratic voters into voting for him to make it easier for Trump. Because he's a Republican. Don't get this fucked up. Like, he's not like me. Like, I'm a true independent, true centrist, right? Like, this guy's a stone cold far right white wing Republican, right? So why is he running? Why would he try to run up against Trump under a goddamn party that's named after a slogan that Trump coined? Well, it's strategic, right? Try to get those black disgruntled Democratic voters that also will not vote for Trump. They refuse to vote for Trump, but they don't want to vote for the Democrats. But they'll vote for somebody black. So introduce Larry Elder to try to counteract Cornel West. Right? They're going to try to counteract Cornel West because they might be some disgruntled conservatives that really don't want to vote for Trump. They might be rhinos and really don't really want to fuck with Trump. So maybe Larry Elder might be an easier pill to swallow, opposed to going to somebody like Cornel West, who is going to give the Republicans a hard time if he did get elected. Right? Like, so this is all strategic. This ain't even a real campaign. This is like when Kanye ran for the same purposes, right? To try to fuck up the Democratic vote. This is all strategic nonsense. I ain't paying this shit too much mind as far as him running for quote unquote president. This shit ain't even real.
And the answer is, I bring a lot of issues to the table that I feel our side is not talking enough about, if at all. For example, the number one social problem in America by far is the epidemic not of COVID, but of fatherlessness. 70% of black kids today enter the world without a father in the home married to the mother, up from 25% back in 1965. Now 25% of white kids enter the world today without a father in the home married to the mother. And the stats are clear. Even Barack Obama once cited them. If you're raised without a dad, you're 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. What's happened? In the mid-60s, with I think the best of intentions, a Democrat named Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty. And since then, we have incentivized women to marry the government and incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility.
I want y'all to notice, that motherfucker wouldn't talk shit about motherfucking Lyndon B. Johnson. He just complained about his policies, but he sugarcoated it, right? coon ass nigga, programmed and scared to death to talk shit about white people. He'll talk shit about the programs he put in place, but it was like, I think he did it with the best intentions and this, that, and third, and blah, blah, blah. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, coon ass nigga. Talk shit about Lyndon B. Johnson. Why you? That's one Democrat I wouldn't even have complained if you talk shit about that motherfucker who turned around and said he had black people buck dancing for 200 years. But you won't talk shit about that because you're not programmed to talk shit about white people. Bitch ass nigga.
With the best of intentions, a Democrat named Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty. And since then, we have incentivized women to marry the government and incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. You know, when I say this to people, the pushback I get is, well, there are lots of things that are going on, systemic racism, poverty. Here's the problem. If you look at a young black male aged 10 to 43, that's young to me because I'm 71 years old. A young black man in that demo is 13 times more likely to be murdered than a young white man, same demo. Young black man, real young, 19 and under, the number one cause of preventable death is homicide, almost always at the hands of another young black male. Same demo for whites, the number one cause of preventable death is unintentional deaths. That includes drug overdoses, automobile accidents, drownings. It's not until they get to number 4 that death is the cause. In America, 60% of the shootings, the robberies, and the homicides are committed by black people, often against other black people. Of the homicides in this country, half of them are black victims, almost all killed by other blacks. How do you explain that if it isn't for the absence of fathers? Are you prepared to say black people are just genetically inclined to commit more crime? I doubt it. And the go-to reaction often is poverty and systemic racism. Here's the problem. 1940, when there was blatant racism, this is before Brown versus Board of Education, before the Civil Rights Act of '64, KKK was still alive and well, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. Now it's about 14%. You can't blame it on poverty, you can't blame it on racism. It is the breakdown of the nuclear intact family, and neither side is talking about it. The left doesn't talk about it because they caused it with the welfare state, and our side does not talk about it because if you're white, you'll be accused of dissing single moms who are heroically raising these kids, or you'll be accused of being a racist, or if you're black, you'll be accused, as I was by the LA Times, of being the black face of white supremacy. Nobody's talking about that. I am.
What is
Well, was they lying? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, bro, you came in here just running off all these white wing bullet points that racist white supremacists always recite. And they always put you out in front to regurgitate the exact same nonsense. How are you not the black face of white supremacy? Help me understand where the lies was told at. I'm not understanding where the lies were told, Larry. You're doing some complaining, but can you, source up to debunk that claim? I would love to see you source up and debunk the claim that you're not a Negro mouthpiece for white supremacy. Please tell me. Please explain to me this fake-ass concern that you have for the community. Right? Because that's what these motherfuckers, that's what your types like to motherfucking do. Pretend like you got some fake-ass concern for the black community, which is cap. Which is all cap. Anyways.
Kids, or you'll be accused of being a racist, or if you're black, you'll be accused, as I was by the LA Times, of being the black face of white supremacy. Nobody's talking about that. I am.
What are the reasons, if your statistics are right, what are the reasons that you think fathers aren't in the home?
As I said, it's because in the mid-'60s, Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty. In Charlemagne, literally, they sent social workers door to door in the inner city. I remember this. Advising women of the availability of welfare provided there was no man in the house. It created an economic incentive for women to marry the government. Same thing with whites. In 1965, 8% of whites entered the world without a father in the home married to the mother. Now it's about 25%, also up threefold. Look at census data, 1910, 1920, 1930, in places like Milwaukee, Chicago.
Okay, so this is a societal problem that you're discussing, right? Right? It's a societal problem. That's what you're saying? I'm confused here.
Now it's about 25%, also up threefold. Look at census data, 1910, 1920, 1930, in places like Milwaukee, Chicago, Philadelphia. A young black kid was slightly more likely to be brought into a world with a father in the home married to the mother than a young white kid. We have incentivized this kind of bad behavior, and it's had a disproportionately bad effect on the black community.
Let me ask you a question. What do white people do wrong, Larry?
What do you mean, what do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried about what's going on with us.
But if there's systemic racism in this country, which we know.
There you go. There you go. That's what all these race hustlers do. That's what all these lying-ass, disingenuous, race hustling bitch boys motherfucking do. You's a lying motherfucker. Stop. You don't care about what white people are doing. You only care about what black people are doing? Are you shitting me, dog? Your whole crusade, your whole attack on black people has everything to do with you worried about what the fuck white people are doing. Are you shitting me, Uncle Larry? You don't care what white people are doing. You only care what black people are doing. Then why are you out here in front of all these Asians popping off about black people? Can you answer that motherfucking question for me, please, Uncle Larry? You don't care what white people gotta say, right? You don't care about white people. You only care about black people. Well, why is this the only time I ever see you actually talking to black people, Larry? You coon ass nigga. You don't care what white people gotta say? You don't care what white people are doing? I can't tell, Uncle Larry. What are we talking about here? If you don't care, why are you constantly all up in their face, Uncle Larry? You lying sack of shit. Talking all that anti-black shit. Being the Negro mouthpiece. Being the Negro mouthpiece. What's going on, Larry? I thought you didn't care. You totally don't care what white people think, do you, Larry? Do you? If you didn't care what white people do, you sure did care when they was up there baptizing your coon ass, didn't you? Didn't you? When they was trying to bless you? When they was trying to bless you with that coon deity? Tapping that spirit? That furry ass spirit? Ain't that what they was doing, Larry? But you don't care about white people. You don't care what white people are saying, do you, Larry? You totally don't care what white people are doing, do you, Larry? I know. Don't get in front of us lying, Larry. Like that white man ain't your whole world. Like you don't worship his woman. What are we talking about here, Larry? Like you ain't got incentives for your race hustling? Are you shitting me, Larry? You cool ass nigga, you don't care about white people? You don't care what white people do? Right. Sure you don't. Get the fuck out of here. You compromise, Negro. You is the black face, the black mouthpiece of white supremacy. You applied for that job. And now that you got hired, you want to try to be some covert boss behind the curtain? And we not supposed to pay attention to what the fuck going on here? Like we don't know what your job, motherfucking qualifications are? Are you shitting me? Your job title states Negro mouthpiece right there on your ID. I saw it. When you got G-checked at the door when they asked you for your black card. It said it right there on your card. Negro mouthpiece. That's when your shit got revoked. They had to get you the fuck up out of here. It's disgusting. What's wrong with these weirdos? I don't care what white people do. I don't care what black people do. Yeah, lying fuck. Stop. Stop. The fuck is this lying motherfucker talking about? You coon ass nigga. You Becky worshiping ass sip. Coon ass. No self-respect. Self-loathing ass Negroes disgust me. Let's continue. Lying fuck.
What do you mean, what do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried about what's going on with us. A disproportionately bad effect on the black community.
Let me ask you a question. What do white people do wrong, Larry?
What do you mean, what do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried about what's going on with us.
But if there's systemic
on the black community.
Let me ask you a question. What do white people do wrong, Larry?
What do you mean, what do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried.
What do white people do wrong, Larry?
What do you mean, what do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried.
What do white people do wrong, Larry?
What do you mean, what do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm
what do white people do wrong, Larry?
What do you mean, what do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried about what's going on with us.
But if there's systemic racism in this country, which we know it is.
No, I don't say there is. You say there is. I don't believe that.
Oh, you don't believe there's
No, there used to be, obviously. Tell me what you think the number one systemic example of systemic racism is in America.
This motherfucker is just outright denying systematic racism. These Negroes who pull these little silly cards, it's hilarious. Hilarious. But let's continue. Let's listen to the bullshit.
Oh man, there's so many.
Just give me the most important one you think.
At the top of mind, I'll probably say mass incarceration. Maybe.
Really? During the Great Depression, when 50% of black adults were unemployed, you didn't have this kind of mass incarceration. It's the breakdown of the family. There's a direct.
I'm not going to. I agree with the family part. I'm a black man who is a father to his children, and I'm a happily married black man to a black woman. So I'm never going to argue with that part, you know. But I just feel like everything is black with you. Black is wrong. Black people do this and black people do that. And when I asked you what white people do wrong, you said you're not worried about white people at all.
I'm talking about the disproportionate damage going on in the black community. For example, look at these smash and grabs that are taking place in Los Angeles, where I live. There's a suburb called Glendale, where at a mall recently, a mob of 30 to 40 people, they had masks on, but one guy got popped. He was black. And I think most of those who were doing this were black. And in recent years and times, there have been a number of these in places like Chicago, places like New York. If I were involved in something like that, Charlemagne, I grew up with a dad, just as you're raising your own children. I would have been more afraid of my father than I would about the cops catching me. These kids are afraid of neither. They don't have a father in the home. Cops are demoralized. They're pulling back. Their manpower is short. And as a result, you tell a bad guy you're less likely to be caught, convicted, incarcerated, crime goes up. They may be criminals, but they're not stupid. When you say, what do white people do? I mean, this is a country that has struggled mightily to get over its historic racism. There was a civil war. There was a big civil rights movement. This is the only majority white country that's ever elected a black president, let alone re-elected a black president. The three biggest cities in America are New York, Chicago, and LA. They all have black mayors.
Correction. We had a biracial president. We have never had a president that had two black parents. I'm not letting you get away with that shit. I'm not letting you no, stop. We have never had a president that had two black parents. Period. A white person, everybody that was a president in this country had at least one white parent. Every last one of them. You can't name me one president in this country that didn't have at least one white parent. We get one in with one black parent and everybody's doing backflips. This is disgusting. There's never been a president that didn't have at least one white parent. They all had at least one white parent. Every last one of them. Every one of them. Miss me with that bullshit.
The 3 biggest cities in America are New York, Chicago, LA. They all have black mayors, even though no city has a majority of black population. The president of Harvard is a black female. Martin Luther King in 1966, Charlemagne, gave an interview to the BBC. This is 2 years after the Civil Rights Act of '64 got passed. And he said, I'm amazed at how many positive changes there have been in America in the last 2 years. Why, if things keep going like this, we could have a black president in about 40 years' time. Do the math. Right on cue, Barack Obama, elected 2008.
Stop! Stop! You motherfuckers with this, stop! See? See? Motherfuckers be at, why you, this is, anybody's familiar with this channel know why I'm triggered right now. Every last person in this motherfucker know exactly why I'm triggered right now. They are doing the playbook verbatim, and this disgusts me. This is what these coons do. They bring up MLK and that goddamn civil rights bill. Judge not the color of the skin, but the content of the fucking character, coon ass fucking talking point that fucks our people's minds up. Know what I mean? This is bullshit. It's all, like I said, family, they always want to talk about that MLK, but they never bring up this guy.
The music he played made life work and made him a legend. Cool DJ Herc.
Cool Herc, cool Herc, cool. Who's that? Who's that? I'm that guy who started all this mess, okay? From b-boys dancing and making it to groove on. That's it. Get you up and sit you down. Oh, this is my sister.
Brothers, I have a dream today.
That dream that I had that day has at many points turned into a nightmare. Now, I'm not one to lose hope. I keep on hoping. I still have faith in the future. But I've had to analyze many things over the last few years, and I would say over the last few months. I've gone through a lot of soul-searching and agonizing moments. And I've come to see that we have many more difficult days ahead, and some of the old optimism was a little superficial, and now it must be tempered with a solid realism. And I think the realistic fact is that we still have a long, long way to go.
My fault, family. I had 2 videos playing at once at the beginning of that. But y'all got my point. They never bring up that guy. They always talk about, oh, Martin Luther King said everything was all great. We signed the Civil Rights Bill in '64. Now everything's beautiful. Everything's right and exact now. We're saved. It's no longer racism. And they always forget what the fuck he said afterwards. In '67. They always forget about that shit. They don't ever want to talk about '67. Post-Chicago MLK. They never want to talk about that. They always hang their hat on fuck shit. They always hang their hat on that fuck shit, using that bullshit ass I got a dream speech to try to coon my people out. Get them to drop their motherfucking defenses and shit. Got them convinced in some kind of post-racial society. Racism is dead. We ain't had racism since color TV came out. That was during them black and white days. Literally. Color TV came out, racism went away, it's gone. We had a whole president with one black parent. We had a whole president with only one white parent. Things have changed. Let's continue.
Black president in about 40 years' time. Do the math. Right on cue, Barack Obama, elected 2008. He didn't say there'll be a black female president of Harvard, and there has been. He didn't say there are going to be black CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and there have been several. He didn't say the percentage of the House would equal the percentage of black people in the population, and it does. He didn't say the 3 largest cities would have black mayors, and they do. He didn't say the largest and most prestigious organization of doctors, the American Medical Association, would have 2 black presidents, and there have been. He didn't say the most prestigious organization of lawyers, the American Bar Association, would have 2 black presidents, and they have. He said president, meaning at that point, I can feel that I've reached the mountaintop, which is the speech he gave right before he got assassinated, the day before. And now we act as if Barack Obama never even got elected. And we're still talking about systemic racism. It's not fair, it's wrong, and you're discouraging black people from working hard. 1990s.
Okay. Mr. Elder, a quick question. Let's just remove the word.
Real quick. Hold up, sister. Real quick. This is why I said Barack Obama was groomed for this very reason right here. The motherfuckers can say that they are no longer racist. How can they be racist when we allow a president that only has one white parent to win the election? Right? This is why they allowed that shit to happen. He was controlled opposition. That's what Obama was. Controlled opposition. But they still had their hands all up his back telling him what to do, because Obama's entire administration, the Clintons, was still running that party. Oh yeah, I said it, motherfuckers. Obama's entire run, the Clintons was running that party still. Period. Let's continue.
And now we act as if Barack Obama never even got elected. And we're still talking about systemic racism. It's not fair, it's wrong, and you're discouraging black people from working hard. 1990s.
Okay. Mr. Elder, a quick question. Let's just remove the word racism, since that seems to be a word that triggers, a conversation down the water hole. Let's just focus on the word system. Okay. You mentioned that the system was the one that discouraged. And again, we have no problem with agreeing that the family, the black family, should certainly has some room for some improvement. But let's just focus on system.
Room for improvement?
System. Well, we're not going to go down that water. We're not going to go down that water hole. Let's get to the question. So the question is, you said that the system encouraged black women to be single mothers, correct?
I said the welfare state, yes.
The welfare, the system. So who's in charge of the system? Who was in charge of the system?
Well, it was Democrats that passed it.
And who were Democrats? Were they black or white at that time?
Well, at the time, majority of black people were Democrats, as the majority of black people are Democrats now.
Not the voters.
That ain't what she asked you, coon. That ain't what the fuck she asked you. Answer the fucking question, coon. Scary ass motherfucker. Say what the fuck she said. What she asking. Scary motherfucker. Say it.
Well, it was Democrats that passed it.
And who were Democrats? Were they black or white at that time?
Well, at the time, majority of black people were Democrats, as the majority of black people are Democrats now.
Not the voters. I'm talking about the system. Remember, the main idea is the word system. Who was in charge of the system at the time? The Democrats at the time. The system. I'm just going to Charlamagne's point about white or black. Was it white Democrats in charge of the system or black Democrats in charge of the system?
Well, if you're prepared to say that Lyndon Johnson did this viciously with an intent to destroy the black family, I disagree. He did it with the best of intention.
What? What? You coon ass nigga, you refuse to say white people, motherfucker. Why you ain't just say white people? Huh? Coon ass nigga. He would not just say,
"You're fucking a white male! You're a white man!"
Why would you say that? Instead, you was very specific in saying Lyndon B. Johnson. Right? Very specific. Now, when stating this, Lyndon B. Johnson, you turned around and then said, I don't think he did it with ill intent. Do you conservatives hear that? Because it's a popular talking point amongst you conservatives. You conservatives always say Lyndon B. Johnson totally planned to do that to destroy the motherfucking black family. Now your quadruple master teacher is up here saying quite the opposite. That's because his MK Ultra mind training, you know what I mean? His hypnosis won't allow him to snap into, reality and just say, yeah, white people run this fucking system, dog. He's incapable of holding white people accountable. When he talks about white people, he's very specific on who he's talking about. But when he's talking about black people, he generalizes everything and everybody, right? It's black people when he's talking, right, about black people. When he's talking about white people, he's very, very careful and specific on who he's talking about. Ain't that right, family? And she caught his ass slipping with that shit. I'm glad they was pressing him right there to force him to actually attempt to hold white people accountable, just to watch him try to slither his coon ass the fuck up out of it.
They passed it.
And who were Democrats? Were they black or white at that time?
Well, at the time, majority of black people were Democrats, as the majority of black people are Democrats now.
Not the voters. I'm talking about the system. Remember, the main idea is the word system. Who was in charge of the system at the time? The Democrats at the time. The system. I'm just going to Charlamagne's point about white or black. Was it white Democrats in charge of the system or black Democrats in charge of the system?
Well, if you're prepared to say that Lyndon Johnson did this viciously with an intent to destroy the black family, I disagree. He did it with the best of intentions. And if you look at the New York Times, which is left wing, the Washington Post, which is left wing, they cheered all of this.
Right, and what I'm asking was it white people, so I'm going to ask again in case my mic's not coming through clearly. Was it white people in charge of the system or black people in charge of that system that helped break down the black family? It's a simple yes, just a simple question, white or black?
Well, you didn't have to go on welfare unless you voluntarily chose to go on welfare. The inducement was put there by Democrats, by the left.
Correct? Okay. Democrats,
most black people were Democrats, and they voted for these white people.
Not
too.
Voters. I said who's in charge of the system.
Well, who put them in charge?
Was Lyndon Johnson white?
This is embarrassing. He refuses to say white people. Everything keeps going right back to black people. He won't just say white people. He keeps going back to most black people voted Democrat. That ain't what the fuck she asked you. Those black people that voted Democrat don't run the fucking system. She asked you who runs the fucking system. And then you keep going back to talking about black people, trying to blame black people, trying to blame black. Race hustler. Race hustler.
Black women to be single mothers, correct?
I said the welfare state, yes.
The welfare, the system. So who's in charge of the system? Who was in charge of the system?
Well, it was Democrats that passed it.
And who were Democrats? Were they black or white at that time?
Well, at the time, majority of black people were Democrats, as the majority of black people are Democrats now.
Not the voters. I'm talking about the system. Remember, the main idea is the word system. Who was in charge of the system at the time? The Democrats at the time. The system. I'm just going to Charlamagne's point about white or black. Was it white Democrats in charge of the system or black Democrats in charge of the system?
Well, if you're prepared to say that Lyndon Johnson did this viciously with an intent to destroy the black family, I disagree. He did it with the best of intentions. And if you look at the New York Times, which is left wing, the Washington Post, which is left wing, they cheered all of this.
Right, and what I'm asking was it white people, so I'm going to ask again in case my mic's not coming through clearly. Was it white people in charge of the system or black people in charge of that system that helped break down the black family? It's a simple yes, just a simple question, white or black?
Well, you didn't have to go on welfare unless you voluntarily chose to go on welfare. The inducement was put there by Democrats, by the left.
Correct? Okay. Democrats,
most black people were Democrats, and they voted for these white people.
Not
too.
Voters. I said who's in charge of the system.
Well, who put them in charge?
Was Lyndon Johnson white or black?
Who put them in charge? Fine. Lyndon Johnson was white.
Thank you.
Okay. But if your argument is that the reason he did it is because of racism, then I disagree. He did it because of.
That's not my argument. I just asked you some questions.
About the smash and grabs, right? And I find that interesting because, when you see the mass shootings that happen, the majority of those people are white males. What do you think about that?
Actually, if you look at the percentage of whites in America, which is 60%, percentage of mass shooters is under that. Percentage of people that commit hate crime is under that. Percentage of people who are serial killers is under that. Black people are 13% of the population. We commit a greater percentage compared to that of mass shootings.
We talked about the smash and grabs, though. So I was saying, since you're using that as an example, I'm saying, well, what about the mass shooters that are usually white males?
One more time. They are usually white males because 60% of the country is white. However, they underrepresent in terms of the number of mass shootings. About 50% or so of the mass shootings in this country are committed by white people, even though white people are 60% of the population. They underrepresent. We overrepresent when it comes to hate crime, when it comes to mass shootings, when it comes to serial killings, when it comes to robberies, when it comes to virtually every category of violent crime. We overrepresent.
So what do white people do wrong? I'm gonna keep asking you that because I want.
It seems to me, rather than deal with what's going on, the pathology that's going on in the inner city, you want me to talk about how bad white people are, which I don't think is a particularly productive thing to do.
Well, I think there's a cause and effect, but if we can't talk about the cause, which I believe is systemic racism and white supremacy, the FBI says.
Well, I just told you, if it's systemic racism, please explain to me how it was when America really had systemic racism in 1940. 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. Again, this is during Jim Crow era. My father is from Athens, Georgia, grew up in Jim Crow. My mom is from Huntsville, Alabama, grew up in Jim Crow. 87% of blacks lived below the poverty line. This is before Brown versus Board of Education. You did not find these kind of black on black crime.
Probably because we had no
But they
choice
still were
but to do it
living
ourselves.
below the poverty line, though, sir.
I'm sorry?
You're forgetting the fact that they were still living below the poverty line. You're picking and choosing, saying this was good, but this was bad.
Okay.
The bottom line, they end between the poverty line. But let's move forward on
Well,
system.
can I just address that? In 1940, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. 1960, that number had fallen to 47%. That's a 40-point drop in 20 years. That's the greatest 20-year period of economic expansion for black people in the history of America. Again, well before Brown versus Board of Education, well before the KKK imploded, well before we had race-based preferences. Why? Because it was rare for a black kid to be raised in a family without a father in the home. A strong belief in Judeo-Christian values, a belief in patriotism, even as America wasn't applying these values to black people, obviously, and a belief in entrepreneurship. All those things are now under assault by organizations like Black Lives Matter, Charlemagne. Black Lives Matter.
Did this coon-ass nigga just say that America did not instill Christian values in black people? I'm gonna let that soak in for a second, family. Yeah, he just said that. He just said America did not instill Christian values into black Americans. The same American Christian values that literally got beat into our brain. Literally and figuratively. Beat into our brain. It was literally the only book we was allowed to read to the 1% of slaves that they actually did teach how to read. They was only allowed to read one thing. The Bible, motherfucker. The black church is as much a part of the black community in this country as fried chicken. This is just historical facts. When people think of Christianity in this country, a lot of people envision the black church or Catholics. Right? I don't understand this. idiots philosophy. He's just babbling, just saying any old thing. They ain't challenging him on this stupid shit. This is insane.
As America wasn't a strong belief in Judeo-Christian values, a belief in patriotism, even as America wasn't applying these values to black people, obviously, and a belief in entrepreneurship. All those things are now under assault by organizations like Black Lives Matter. Charlemagne, Black Lives Matter had on their website an attack on the nuclear family. The founders are self-described Marxists, trained Marxists. Marx wanted to dethrone God, was an atheist, and Marx did not believe in capitalism, let alone entrepreneurship. All the things that made black people still survive in virulent racism are now under attack by organizations like Black Lives Matter.
All of those things have always been under attack by white supremacy. You can go back to things like whether it's the Tulsa race massacres, like every time black people do create these systems that are our systems and we are the entrepreneurs, it seems like white supremacy finds a way to destroy it.
Every time, look, the Tulsa massacre, within about 5 years, that whole area was rebuilt. It was not even called the Black Wall Street until after it was rebuilt. And it was rebuilt, by the way, by black people without one dime of government money.
Yeah, who destroyed it to begin with?
It was racists who destroyed it. No question about it. We've had race riots, but so have Japanese.
So you do agree that there's racism? I'm just so confused.
I never even came close to saying. I never came close to saying there was no racism.
You just saying you don't think it's systemic racism?
Not anymore. Obviously, there was. We had something called slavery. We had something called Jim Crow.
That destroyed black. Hold on, sir. That was system that destroyed. That was the system that destroyed Black Wall Street. It's the same system right now that's not even wanting to pay those same living descendants, because I know your position on reparations, but those same living descendants of Black Wall Street.
Okay.
And then you go on to say that the system, the quote unquote system, is also trying to destroy President Trump. So I'm just so confused on, do you believe that the system can destroy or not? You pick and choose, sir, and that's what's so confusing to me. You just said it wasn't racism. Now it is racism. When it was time
I said it wasn't systemic racism. Let's talk about.
So what are you just hung up on the words?
Can I just make this point, Charlemagne, please? Let's take Chinese Americans. Chinese Americans were the first ethnic group to be excluded with an Immigration Act in the late 1800s. They had riots against Chinese in LA, in San Francisco. There were laws that prevented Chinese Americans from participating in the laundry business. I'm in California. California, of course, rounded up Japanese Americans during World War II. There were laws that prevented Japanese Americans from owning farmland. The average Japanese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household. The average Chinese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household. How does that happen? It happens because of a strong belief in family. It is rare for a Chinese American or a Japanese American kid to have a child outside of wedlock, and a strong belief in education and a strong belief in entrepreneurship. These are the kinds of qualities that make people successful.
You can't blame everything on having a fatherless family, right? Because
I didn't say blaming everything.
I know, but that's what you're saying. You're saying a strong community. But
no, you said that's what I just said. I didn't say that.
You talk about the Asian community. Asian community, it's easy for them to get loans for entrepreneurships. It's easy for them to get loans for houses. You look at our community.
Okay.
If you really want to talk about our community, right? You look at the schools in our community. Some of our schools are the worst, right? Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Which is why one of the reasons I'm running for president is for school choice.
Also, would you say that in our community it's also in our community is heavy food deserts. There's nothing but fast food places that are just killing and destroying that. Would you say that's true?
Systemic too.
Boy.
You say that's true. I'm just asking a question.
You said a number of things. I just addressed one of them about loans. Mm-hmm. In 1965, Barack Obama, who was in private practice, joined a bunch of other lawyers to file a class action lawsuit against Citicorp, which is headquartered here in New York. 186 black people were applying for loans for mortgages. They didn't get them. And they accused Citicorp of engaging in racism. Citicorp said, no, it's not racism. You have poor credit scores, and we want to make sure we get our money back. Obama joined a bunch of other lawyers, and they sued Citicorp in a class action lawsuit. And Citicorp said, okay, to hell with it. Gave them all loans. And they followed them all up. Daily Caller did a few years later. Almost all of them lost their homes. Several of them filed for bankruptcy. One of them even said, when you don't qualify for a loan, maybe we shouldn't get a loan. Well, duh. It wasn't true that black people were not getting loans. Plus, there are all sorts of black-owned community banks around the country, and it turns out the turn-down rate when you apply for a loan at a black community bank was even higher because they had less capital and they couldn't afford to loan money to risky people. It is just not the case that the reason for the plight of the black community is because people were not lending money to them. It's just not true.
That's not true. But hold on 1 second, Charlemagne.
What's not true?
You're bringing back facts of 1965, right? Let's talk 2023, right?
I said 1995.
1995. We talk 2023, right? My son will be successful in real estate and successful in buying a house. You know why? Because
of you, because of you
owns a house, right? But my father,
because of you and the drive, because of you and the drive you put into him,
not own houses.
Because of you and the drive you put into him.
We're not gonna have a conversation.
You're not even appreciating what you've done to your son.
I'm just asking you a question. I just let you speak and I'll let you talk.
Okay.
I can talk.
We have a conversation.
All right.
When we talk about it, right, it's harder for our community to get loans, right? And not just because of poor credit scores, it's because of where the areas are. You talked about the Asian community. A lot of the Asian community have their own banks and they're able to process and get their own banks. There's not too many African American branches that are able to give out money, so that's one. Then let's talk about getting grants for schools. They're not even giving grants for schools at the rate that they're giving grants for white people. And let's talk about when they talk about entrepreneurship. They are giving so much money to these white and Asian kids and Asian people doing it, and a 1,000 times less than our community. Will you agree to any of that?
No, I don't. I don't agree with virtually any of what you just now said. The turn down rate for a white applicant for a mortgage is higher than the turn down rate for a Japanese or a Chinese applicant for a mortgage. Now, are you telling me that banks are discriminating against white and in favor of Asian Americans? It's because their credit scores are better. They often live below their means. They save more, even when they're making the same amount of money than black people do. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. Period. End of statement. Even the head of Urban League, a black man once said that if you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. End of statement.
Sir,
yes.
Let's just when you were talking about crime, you weren't prepared to talk about disproportion. You talked about how it was more black people that was doing it, and then you talked about how we're the smaller, of the population. The same applies also to the loans. It's more white people than it is black people. You seem to pick and choose.
I'm talking about the rate. I'm talking about the rate.
Whatever it is, the bottom line is it's more white people than it is black people. And so
facts. I always point that out about these weirdo coon ass motherfuckers and these white supremacists who just love talking about crime statistics, black on black crime, Chicago, Baltimore. And every time we point out, well, white people commit more crime than black people. Look at the numbers. What them motherfuckers say, family? What they say? Y'all all know. Let's say it all in unison. What do they say once we point that shit out? Y'all motherfuckers don't understand what per capita mean, do you? Right? Now they want to talk about percentages, right? Now we got to hear about how we're 13% of the population, they're 60% of the population, we make up this much of the prison system, we make up this much of the violent crimes, and blah, 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 and all this other shit about percentages. We're killing people at an alarming rate, and blah, blah, blah. Right? All of a sudden, we throwing the raw numbers out. The raw numbers go out the window. Now we got to do division. Right? We got to do division, multiplication, we got, you know what I mean? Geometry, trigonometry, white supremacy, right? We gotta do all this bullshit. Okay, cool, you got it. But then when it comes to stuff like this, all of a sudden now, the raw numbers is what's more important, not the percentages, just the raw numbers. No, we gonna focus on the raw numbers. We ain't gonna break down the fact that we're only 13% of the population and they make up. No, that shit don't matter now. That only matters when we're talking about black on black crime. That other shit, no, we doing the raw numbers with the other shit. This is what these weirdos do. And this is why y'all don't let them motherfuckers get away with that shit. Everything's percentages with those fuckers. Keep them on percentages. Don't ever let them get away with that raw number shit. Keep that shit on percentages. Because that's what they deal with. When they talk about black on black crime, that's the crux of their whole argument. Keep them on that. Don't let them wiggle out of it, because they're going to wiggle out of it later, just like he tried to do. And she caught it, and I'm glad she did. Keep them on the percentages, just like she did. Excellent job.
Poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. End of statement.
Sir,
yes.
Let's just, okay. When you were talking about crime, you weren't prepared to talk about disproportion. You talked about how it was more black people that was doing it, and then you talked about how we're the smaller, of the population. The same applies also to the loans. It's more white people than it is black people. You seem to pick and choose.
I'm talking about the rate. I'm talking about the rate.
whatever it is, the bottom line is it's more white people than it is black people. And so if more black people are not getting loans disproportionately, it seems you only want to apply the disproportion to the conversation when it benefits your talking
I'm not sure you understood.
Which is why they said.
I'm not sure you understood.
No, understood.
I'm not sure you understood my point. That's why I mentioned in 1995 when 186 black people who were not getting loans filed a class action lawsuit claiming that they were denied the loan because of racism. Citicorp said, okay, here are your loans. The reason I wasn't giving you the loans is because we're afraid you weren't going to be able to pay them back.
I'm not talking about
Fast forward,
sir.
they weren't able to pay them back, which proved the Citicorp point.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about
I know
that.
you're
I'm
not.
talking about your
Because
response.
inconvenient.
I'm talking about your response to Envy when you said more white people get approved for loans.
Since you
I'm
like
not talking
numbers,
about
Washington Post said black Americans have the highest denial rates for purchase and refinancing loans, according to Home Mortgage Disclosures Act.
Because of their credit
black
score.
And all credit scores are the same. 15% of Hispanic loan applicants were denied, compared with about 11% of white and 10% of Asian applicants with same credit scores. And that's Washington Post, since you love numbers so much, and I know you do love numbers. That's coming from the Washington Post. That's 2023, not 1995.
I can show you a study that says the opposite.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Elder. Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and I'm pretty sure everybody who just called her.
See, they not me. I would have said source up. I would have stopped that interview. Interview would have been paused. Hold on, stop, pause, stop the tape. cut, motherfucker, stop the tape. Source up, motherfucker. You just said you can show me studies, but it's show them. Let's go through that shit. Let's peel that shit back. I'm ready to cook. You know what I mean? Like, where's your numbers at? Show them. I can show you numbers that sound good. I hear a whole bunch of pseudos telling me what they can show me that I never ever fucking see. Show me your studies. Let's see them. At least cite them. At least cite them so we can go look at them later. You know, don't talk my head off. Don't threaten me with a good time, motherfucker. Cite your sources. Let me see them. Shit. You lucky you ain't bring that shit around me.
Applicants were denied, compared with about 11% of white and 10% of Asian applicants with same credit scores. And that's Washington Post, since you love numbers so much, and I know you do love numbers. That's coming from the Washington Post. That's 2023, not 1995.
I can show you a study that says the opposite.
Let me ask you a question.
Show it, you pseudo-ass motherfucker. Show it.
Keep 'em ducking, so it's motherfucking in hell.
Credit scores, and that's Washington Post, since you love numbers so much, and I know you do love numbers. That's coming from the Washington Post. That's 2023, not 1995.
I can show you a study that says the opposite.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Elder. Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and I'm pretty sure everybody who just caught a RICO with him in Georgia, they all had fathers. They still ended up in jail. How did that happen?
Nobody said if you have a father, you won't go to jail. Nobody said if you didn't have a father, you were going to jail. My father never.
But guess what you did say, Mr. Elder? I'm sorry, respectfully.
May I answer his question?
Guess what you did say.
May I answer his question?
Let him finish this statement, Ted.
Okay.
My father never knew his biological father. He got thrown out of the house when he was 13 years old. 8th grade dropout, Jim Crow South, Athens, Georgia. Fast forward, my dad cleaned toilets, 2 full-time jobs cleaning toilets when I was growing up. Went to night school to get his GED, and then after that, he went to night school to learn how to operate a small restaurant. Age of 47, my dad saved his nickels and dimes from his job, starts a small restaurant near downtown LA. Fast forward, he retires in his 80s. He owned that restaurant. He owned property next door, plus the house that's still in our family. Not too shabby for somebody who did not know his biological father. It's not a death sentence. You still have choices. It's just much more difficult to raise a child on your own. Even Tupac Shakur said, "I know for a fact." Tupac, excuse me. I know for a fact. Had I had a father, I would have been more confident. I would have been more disciplined. End of quote.
Well, how did all those white men end up in jail when they still had fathers?
This motherfucker, you know he a coon. He don't even know how to say Tupac. He don't even know how to say Tupac. He thinks that shit says Tupac. If you a grown ass black man in this motherfucking country and you don't know how to pronounce Tupac, that speaks volumes. Volumes.
What are you, ignorant?
Crazy.
The Trumps and the Giuliani, I'm just asking the question. How did they end up in jail?
Because some people commit crimes. I would bet Tupac, excuse me, difficult to raise a child on your own. Even Tupac Shakur said, "I know for a fact." Tupac, excuse me. I know for a fact. Had I had a father, I would have been more confident, would have been more disciplined. End of quote.
How did all those white men end up in jail when they still had fathers? The Trumps and the Giuliani. I'm just asking the question. How did they end up in jail?
Because some people commit crimes.
No, sir. Stop. My apologies for interrupting you earlier. I just couldn't stomach the answer that I knew you were going to say.
Couldn't stomach the answer?
Yeah, I couldn't stomach because your actual answer to Trump being what was happening to him with the indictments, you actually said that the system was doing it. You said there was a two-tier system. This is your words.
That's right.
That it was a two-tier system. So when it came to Trump, all of a sudden you now believe in this systematic thing that's happening to Trump. But then when it happens to black people,
but it's not about race. It's not about
I didn't
race.
ask you that. I asked you. Remember, I made it easy for you, and I took race out of it. Remember, I said I'm just talking about the system. I'm just talking about the system.
If you want to ask me whether I believe Donald Trump is being treated the same way as Joe Biden and is being treated the same way as Hillary Clinton, all of these people are white. All these people are white. There's a double standard.
Well,
Mr. Elder, you didn't hear my question.
You said that
you didn't hear my question.
You said some people commit crimes, so you do believe that Trump, Giuliani, them, they committed a crime.
I don't know.
But you just said some people commit crimes.
I said some people committed a crime. I didn't say Donald Trump committed a crime. If you ask me specifically whether I believe Donald Trump committed a crime, I don't.
I don't. Specifically about those people and why they ended up in jail and they all got fathers.
Well, Donald Trump is not in jail.
Oh, he got.
God damn. This motherfucker just said he don't believe Donald Trump is guilty of any crimes. Even after he heard, and I know he heard it because everybody else heard it, the audio of Donald Trump calling that Georgia voting rep, pretty much asking the motherfuckers to find about 11,308 votes or whatever number that was. He was very specific. Very specific. He didn't even give a roundabout number like, yeah, man, why don't you go back and, recount a little bit, you know what I mean? Make, double check some things and, see if you can find an extra couple of thousand or whatever, maybe might just slip by or something. No. That motherfucker said, all I need you to do is find 11,308. Well, it's some old odd ass number that just so happens to be the exact number he fucking needs. And you bring your cool ass up on here and say he's not fucking guilty? Even with that audio clip? Let me guess. The audio clip was photoshopped. The audio clip was Photoshop, family. It's a new app made by Adobe. They got a Photoshop with audio. You can now Photoshop audio and put some AI on it. It was an AI. It was AI. It was a goddamn chat GBT. It was the AI bot. It was like, how they do the Jay-Z, Biggie Small songs and shit, like the cover songs? Yeah, they was a bot. That was AI. It was a voice manipulator. That wasn't Donald, man. What are you talking about? He would never do nothing like that.
The crime. If you ask me specifically whether I believe Donald Trump committed a crime,
I
don't.
Specifically about those people and why they ended up in jail and they all got fathers.
Well, Donald Trump is not in jail.
Oh, he got indicted.
Yeah, he got indicted. That's a far cry from being in jail.
Why did he get indicted?
Well, he got arrested, is what I'm saying.
He's
going to get arrested.
He got indicted, in my opinion, because the DOJ has a double standard. They let Hillary pass, for example. She clearly violated the Espionage Act by having an unsecured server in her basement. She paid for the Steele dossier. She destroyed 30,000 emails that were under subpoena, and she got a wrist slap. And Donald Trump is now being indicted, I think, for the fourth time. It's unfair.
Right.
Black people been telling y'all how corrupt the FBI is for a long time.
And the FBI has been corrupt. There was COINTEL, the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover also wiretapped MLK under Robert Kennedy, a Democrat Attorney General, Malcolm X, lots of things. Right. And I find it interesting how the same people who criticize the FBI historically are now defending the FBI because they're going after Donald Trump.
Oh, we're not defending FBI.
I didn't say you were. I said some of the same people.
We're just looking and saying, damn, finally.
But what's your thoughts with Florida? And you see that they're trying to take our history out of these history books and not trying to teach our history. What's your thoughts?
I find it interesting that the Democrats are the ones complaining about Florida. This is a party of slavery, party of Jim Crow, the party of the KKK, the party of the Southern Manifesto, the party.
Jeez, this is sad. This is sad, bruh. Y'all motherfuckers, seriously, man. Y'all just copy and paste. You conservatives are just copy and paste. Y'all fall back to the same bullshit talking points. The Klan created the KKK, which is bullshit. The Democrats created the KKK. That dumbass, silly, ahistorical bullshit ass talking point. Oh, they did this and they were the slave owners and blah 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 blah. We always got to get a history lesson from 150 years ago. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean today? Parties flip all the fucking time. You bringing up that means nothing today. They asked you about a question about you. Oh my fucking goodness! Just went right back to leave the Democratic plantation talk. This is all they got. They one-trick ponies. They're literally one-trick ponies. All of them.
One's complaining about Florida. This is a party of slavery, party of Jim Crow, the party of the KKK, the party of the Southern Manifesto, the party of Dred Scott, the party that I said earlier destroyed the nuclear intact family, and the party that is opposing school choice. And now they want to lecture Florida on making sure the proper history of slavery is taught. I don't know anybody who's defending slavery. Anybody? Not Ron DeSantis. He's not defending.
If they cared that much about getting the truth out there about those racist ass Democrats back in slavery, if they really wanted to blast that shit, why are they taking it out the school books? Why are they sugarcoating these same Democrats in the fucking school books with the lost cause? That whole lost cause narrative that propped up those racist ass slave owning, overseeing white supremacists of that time was trying to go through Reconstruction and trying to quote unquote rebuild the South, and they made this sympathetic ahistorical history that they pumped in the South for about 100 years. 100 and some change. That ahistorical bullshit. If they cared so much about putting the Democrats out there, we need to put the Democrats out there. We need to tell the truth about the Democrats. We need to let it be known that. But then why are y'all taking slavery out of the history book? And why did you motherfuckers bother to prop up these people that you claim we should be against, you claim is the detriment to society? Why are y'all trying to clean up their fucking history and put a whole bunch of nasty ass fucking reeking perfume on it? On that turd. Putting perfume on a fucking turd. Now I got some flowery smelling shit reeking up the fucking place. A bunch of fetus just smelling flowery than a motherfucker. Flowery stink. That's what the fuck I'm smelling. But y'all don't care about the Democrats, right? Y'all, it was the Democrats. Then why are y'all breaking y'all necks trying to protect those Democrats? Why are y'all protecting those Democrats and not letting the real history out? This is what I mean when I say don't listen to none of these weirdos. All this shit is bullshit talking points that will get picked apart. I don't trust none of you party Negroes. Especially you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers disgust me because y'all ain't got no self-respect whatsoever. None. At least the Democratic Negroes have been fooled. You motherfuckers know exactly what the fuck you coon ass niggas are doing. And y'all disgust me. Let's get into it.
that I said earlier destroyed the nuclear intact family, and the party that is opposing school choice. And now they want to lecture Florida on making sure the proper history of slavery is taught. I don't know anybody who's defending slavery. Anybody. Not Ron DeSantis. He's not defending.
People benefited from slavery.
Actually, you're talking about one line. You're talking about one line in about 127 pages of the study, and it is a line that was repeated almost verbatim in the associated in the advanced placement African American course that the DeSantis administration refused to use because of all the sexual stuff that was in it. It's basically the same thing that was in the advanced placement African American courses, and now because it's in that, all of a sudden the governor is accused of somehow defending slavery. He's not doing anything of the sort.
What did you think about that?
Well, sir, you were actually one that defended slavery. In your comments, you said that, like it or not, slavery was legal in response to reparations. So it's you that was defending slavery, correct?
Defending it and saying that it's illegal are two very different things. Slavery, unfortunately.
That was your response into if reparations should happen. So your response to that was, like it or not, slavery was legal, and one would think that was a defense on those who were asking.
Well, you would think it was a defense, but it is not a defense. Unfortunately, slavery has been part and parcel of human history from the very beginning. Asians enslaved Asians, whites enslaved whites, blacks enslaved blacks, Native Americans enslaved Native Americans. This is a culture, the Western civilization, that had a revulsion against it. We had a civil war against it. And we ought to applaud ourselves for doing something about this. This is a flawed country. It's moving forward. It's becoming more perfect all the time. Today, if you are born and raised in America, if you finish high school, presumably one where you can read, write, and compute at grade level, which is why I support school choice, don't have a kid before you're 20, get married first, get a job, keep a job, don't quit it until you get another job, and avoid the criminal justice system, you will not be poor. And if you don't follow that formula, there's a good chance you will be.
You know, the first GOP debate is coming up, and you didn't qualify, and I saw you right.
Well, you didn't say I've not yet not qualified. It's not until August 21.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw you write in the op-ed that the Republican National Committee has rigged the rules of the game by instituting a set of criteria that is so onerous. What is it? Onerous.
Onerous.
And poorly
I
designed.
mispronounced Tupac, so you mispronounced onerous.
That's
So we're even.
You are really petty, Mr.
And you said poorly designed that only establishment and billionaire candidates are guaranteed to be on stage. Explain to us why that system hurts people.
Well, I ran for governor of California. I got 3.5 million votes. It seems to me that made me credible. The RNC is requiring us to have 1% or 40,000 individual donors. In 2020, the DNC required you to have 1% or a certain number of donors. For reasons that I don't quite understand, the RNC is requiring you to have both of them. One of the candidates in this race is a multimillionaire. He's offered a $20 gift certificate if you give $1. Another one is offering a free, air quotes, country western concert if you give $1. Another one is giving you a commission if you are a prospective donor to go out and get other prospective donors. It seems to me that corrupts the whole process. I'm doing it the old-fashioned way, Charlamagne. I'm asking people to support me and go to my website, larryelder.com, and give me at least $1. If I get $1 from 40,000 individuals, I will be up on that stage in Milwaukee on August 23. And when I get up there, game on, hold my beer.
So why is this system, is this system holding you back?
Go ahead.
Would you say it's a system holding you back?
I would say it's unfair. It seems to me this early, the voters ought to decide this. I mean, in 2016, there were 17 or 18 Republican candidates. Now there's 13. Somehow, some way, our republic survived, and we could survive with 13 candidates. I don't know why they have all this rule to eliminate certain people at this point.
Those systems,
but rather than
those systems can hold you back no matter how hard you work, right?
I'm going to say, but rather than whine about it, my goal is to get on as many shows as I can, like yours. Urge people to go to larryelder.com, give at least $1, even if you want somebody else. Don't you think it's wise for us to talk about the epidemic of fatherlessness, the lie that America remains systemically racist, and the need for school choice? 13 public high schools in Baltimore, 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Are you kidding me? 53 public high schools in Chicago, 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is opposed to school choice, while the party elites, whether it's Barack Obama or Gavin Newsom or Joe Biden, have their own kids in private school. It is wrong, and we need to talk about that.
Larry Elder, why would somebody from our community vote for you, or why should they vote for you? Why should a black person vote for you?
Because I'm telling the truth, and the truth oftentimes is unpleasant. It's not pleasant for me to be called the black face of white supremacy, as the LA Times did. It's not pleasant for me to be accused of being anti-black, as Tavis Smiley once called me, because I don't support reparations. By the way, Barack Obama never supported reparations. Nobody called him anti-black. We need to talk about what's going on. What's going on is the breakdown of the family.
If this many people is calling you a coon, it might be time for you to look in the mirror, dog. If everybody is drawing up this same conclusion about you, it might be time for you to reflect. Maybe there's a reason why everybody's calling you a coon, dog. You ever thought about that? You ever thought that maybe all these people from all over the diaspora somehow or another is not lying on you? I'm just saying, like, I don't know. If one person talking shit about you, they could be a hater. If two people were talking shit about you, they both could just be jealous. But if you got 3, 4, 5, 6 motherfuckers from all different walks of life who do not know each other, do not interact with each other, all drawing up the same conclusion about you, then yeah, bruh, it's time to understand that, yeah, these motherfuckers ain't hating on you, dog. Might be time to do some self-reflecting. I'm just saying. But I have a hard time believing you don't know that you a fucking coon. You know exactly what you are. You know what you are. You know what you get paid to do. You know what your motherfucking audience is. I just ran that down earlier. Who your base is. And it ain't black people. And we know what your job is. And it's not to talk about anything but black people. You race hustling, coon ass nigga.
Blackface of white supremacy, as the LA Times did. It's not pleasant for me to be accused of being anti-black, as Tavis Smiley once called me, because I don't support reparations. By the way, Barack Obama never supported reparations. Nobody called him anti-black. We need to talk about what's going on. What's going on is the breakdown of the family. And most of the things we complain about downstream, whether it's crime or whether it's bad schools, the genesis is the breakdown of the nuclear intact family, and we don't talk enough about it.
Do you agree that our community is hit harder with a lot of things that you just said, whether it is racism, whether it is getting loans, whether it is getting entrepreneurship, whether it is education, whether it is all those things? You do understand that and agree with that, correct?
I do, but much of it is either self-inflicted or because of policies that we have supported. Democrats that we have supported. I wrote a book called, it's coming out in October, it's called As Goes California, My Mission to Rescue the Golden State and Save the Nation. It's about the one-party rule in California. California has supermajorities of Democrats in the Senate and in the House. And as a result, our schools are near the bottom. People are leaving California for the very first time. We have the highest state income tax in the country. The average price of a home in California costs 175% above the national average, all because of these left-wing policies that are hurting the very people, black and brown people living in the inner city, that people on the left claim that they care about.
Do you think slavery was self-inflicted? Or do you think Jim Crow segregation was self-inflicted? Or do you think,
slavery was self-inflicted? Of course it wasn't self-inflicted, but there are a lot of people have bloody hands in slavery. For example, slavery could not have existed had it not been for African chieftains who were selling black slaves captured in battle or...
There you go. I told y'all, family, when this reparations talk started heating up, this is when you started getting all these talking points starting to motherfucking come around. This is when motherfuckers all wanted to start talking about the motherfucking fine people, the homie. All of a sudden we getting these white women that all of a sudden care about the homie tribe. They want to talk about the homie women, right? You want to discuss the woman king, right? You got a whole white woman that all of a sudden she has had a extreme interest, right? A extreme interest in making a movie about these magnificent black African warrior queens out in Africa who were sitting off selling their own people over to slavery, and we gonna make sure that everybody in this movie knows exactly what was going on during slavery, and they were selling their own people, and white people shouldn't be treated that bad because they over here asking for reparations, and we need to show these motherfuckers we don't owe them shit. They own people was selling them off. Right? This is what all of a sudden now Anthony Johnson is a household name. Now all of a sudden Anthony Johnson is a household name. It's disgusting. Right? Abos start coming out of nowhere and everything else that third. Slavery never happened. It went in reverse. We was always here and all of that. Right? All kinds of silly shit to undermine reparations. This is disgusting. It's disgusting. Why I push back against all the shit I push back against. Be like, Psycho, why you wilding? Why you like? Because you motherfuckers move like agents. Y'all move like agents. Like somebody sent you motherfuckers, for real. This nonsense y'all motherfuckers espousing. Y'all doing it for a reason. And the reason is to undermine the reparations momentum. That's what you motherfuckers been sent for. That's what I believe. That's my goddamn conspiracy, motherfucker. If everybody else can have a conspiracy, so can Psycho, motherfucker. That's my goddamn conspiracy. How about that? Now let's get back into it.
Or captured through raids and selling them to European and Arab slavers. It could not have existed without that. So everybody has dirty hands here. That's why reparations is such a foolish thing. If you're going to get reparations from the 5% or so of white people that have some sort of generational connection to slavery, and that's all there is, then you need to go back to Africa and get money from African countries that were involved in the slave trade and in the Arab slave trade. And by the way, the Arab slave trade was even worse than the European slave trade. 90% rate of attrition, often making men and women walk on barefoot across the Sahara, and the men were castrated. Only about
okay,
5.
So if they go after the money from the other countries, then would you agree that it would be okay to go after the money from America? Is that your problem with it? When
are you going to stop with this? Everybody has
no,
agreements.
I just asked a simple question.
I'm answering your question. There's no end. There'll be no end to this because slavery has been part of human history from the very beginning.
Okay,
we're getting money.
I've let you talk. Sir, I've let you talk. And every time I talk, you begin to talk and then you say, let you finish. So I asked you a very simple question. You said, if you're going to go after it in America, go after it in Africa. So if we all agree to go after it in Africa, will you then agree to go after it in America? It's just a simple question. Yes or no?
No, I won't because it's a waste of time. We ought to be spending our time on education.
Next question.
Okay. You told me that I cut you off. Then I tried to answer your question. You won't let me finish.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. It's a waste of time. We ought to be talking about working hard, investing in ourselves. Right now, as we speak, there are Haitians in Haiti lining up for a lottery to come into this country. Why? Because it is the land of the free and the home of the brave. You can go from nothing to something faster in America than any other country in all of human history. We ought to be talking about that. Let me just, one more point. 1997, Time Magazine and CNN hooked up together to do a poll on what black teenagers and white teenagers felt about racism. And both of them were asked, is racism a major problem in America? Both of them said yes. But then Time and CNN asked this question of the black teenagers. Is racism a big problem, a small problem, or no problem in your own daily life? This is 1997. 89% of them said small problem or no problem in my own daily life. In fact, twice as many blacks said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than racism.
That was 1997.
1997, look it up.
Yeah, I guess I got to because it ain't like you citing any sources. You just telling us do our own research, just like all the other pseudos like the motherfucker do. But I would love to see who they polled and what areas and everything else they was polling these people, because we polling a bunch of black kids that are disconnected from the community and don't even know what racism is. Because I hold the position that black people that wasn't raised around other black people really is disconnected from racism. Like, living around white people will disconnect you from racism. You become immune to it, right? Like, you done experienced so much covert racism in your life on a daily basis the way you don't even know it's happening when it's happening. Like, they doing it right in your face and you don't even know it's happening. It's kind of like they say a motherfucking stinking and shit, motherfucking smelling a certain type of way, and they always smelling a certain type of way. You wondering, why is this motherfucker not washing his ass, getting this shit? Like, do he not know he stink? No, he actually don't know he stink. He done got used to the smell. He done became immune to that shit. He don't. Everybody else smell that shit, but he don't. Right? That's how I feel with motherfuckers who raised outside of the community. These motherfuckers are disconnected from their people, and they don't even know it stink right there because they so used to the fucking smell. They so used to the stinking ass smell of racism that they don't even smell it when it's right there in their face. This is my position, right? Now, did they poll those type of kids, or did they poll kids from the actual community? That's what I want to know. So yes, I would like to go through that study.
problem in my own daily life. In fact, twice as many blacks said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than racism.
That was 1997.
1997. Look it up.
It's 2023, though.
You think America's more racist now after the election and re-election of Barack Obama than it was in 1997?
Yes, because of the election of MAGA, Donald Trump, 100%. Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, how is it, Charlemagne, that Donald Trump got 8% of the black vote in 2016? He got 12% in 2020, a 50% increase. He got 20% of the black male vote in 2020. If
I predicted that, by the way. I told motherfuckers that Trump was going to get 20% of the black vote. Motherfuckers thought I was nuts. Motherfuckers thought I was crazy. Like, that'll never happen. That'll never happen. I'm like, I'm telling you. I think you're not knowing the temperature of the room around here. Like, black people are really fed up with these motherfuckers. Like, instead of arguing with black people about about this, y'all need to kind of like, it's getting, I'm telling y'all, like, the number's going to be higher in the next election. I promise you the number jump up again. It's going to be even a bigger increase. Like, people better wake up to what's going on. Like, I told people right before that election, I told them, I was like, yo, Trump about to get at least 20% of the black vote going to this election. That'll never happen. 90% of black people going to vote for Biden no matter what. 90%. I'm like, nah, bro. I'm telling you, it's going to be closer to, it's going to be like 20%. I promise you, watch. And I'll be damned if that shit didn't happen. I called that shit. Motherfuckers called me Nostradamus. I was like, yeah, man. Temperature of the room. I'm paying attention.
Because of the election of MAGA, Donald Trump, 100%. Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, how is it, Charlemagne, that Donald Trump got 8% of the black vote in 2016? He got 12% in 2020, a 50% increase. He got 20% of the black male vote in 2020. If MAGA is racist, how do you explain that Donald Trump substantially increased the percentage of black votes the Republican Party got?
Sometimes people make.
So why are you running against Trump then, Mr. Elder?
Yes, I'm not running against him. I'm running against Biden-Harris. Any one of the Republican nominees we have would be better than what we have right now. I'm not running against him. I'm running to put forth the issues I just now mentioned that I've been talking about for the last few minutes.
I want to ask you about that. After 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges, don't you think it would behoove the Republican Party to move on from Donald Trump?
I think that the voters in the primary will make that decision.
What do you think, though?
I have no problem with I thought Donald Trump did an extraordinary job as president, especially for black people. Best economy ever. He did something about the borders. The people that are most hurt because of porous borders are black people living in the inner city, because most of the illegal aliens have little or no education. They end up living in the inner city. They compete against black people with high school or less for jobs. There are about 1 million fewer black people working than who would otherwise be working if it weren't for illegal alien labor. And illegal alien labor, according to a study done by the Civil Rights Commission, puts downward pressure to the tune of almost $2,000 per year on the salaries of black people living in the inner city. And Donald Trump gave us the most secure border we ever had. He also supported school choice. He also did the First Step Act, which allowed about 5,000 mostly black men with long criminal sentences, nonviolent, to have their sentences reduced an average of 70 months per. He pardoned Jack Johnson, the first black president champion. Even Barack Obama didn't do that. He did an extraordinary job for black people.
I think you're innocent until proven guilty, but I feel like President Biden had 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges. President Obama had 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges. Y'all would be telling them that they need to step aside and they shouldn't be running.
Well, I wouldn't vote for Barack Obama or for Joe Biden in any case, no matter whether he had indictments or no indictments. I don't vote for tax spend, regulate liberals.
You're a conservative, right? Obviously.
No question.
What initially made you gravitate towards being a conservative?
I think it was my father. My father was a lifelong Republican, and my father always told my brothers and me the following: Democrats want to give you something for nothing. When you're trying to get something for nothing, you almost always end up getting nothing for something. And my dad, I told you about his background. He told my brothers and me that hard work wins. You get out of life what you put into it. You cannot control the outcome, Larry, but you are 100% in control of the effort. Before you moan or groan about what somebody did or said to you, go to the nearest mirror, look at it, and ask yourself, what could I have done to change the outcome? And finally, Charlemagne, my dad told my brothers and me this: no matter how hard you work, how good you are, sooner or later bad stuff is going to happen to you. How you deal with those bad things will tell your mother and me if we raised a man. I wrote a book about my father's life. It's called Dear Father, Dear Son, 2 Lives, 8 Hours. It's about an 8-hour conversation he and I had, where at the beginning of the conversation I thought my dad was harsh. I thought he spanked us too often. We had a belt. In those days, from the South, you spank kids. And I thought my dad was way too harsh. And we had an 8-hour conversation, and by the time we ended, my dad got bigger and bigger and bigger, and Larry Elder got smaller and smaller and smaller, and I apologized to him. And it's a book that's changed a lot of people's lives. It's called, as I said, Your Father, Dear Son, 2 Lives, 8 Hours. The paperback is called A Lot Like Me. Same book, but it's cheaper.
Can you honestly say this is the Republican Party that you grew up on? This modern day GOP?
Yes. The Republican Party pretty much has always stood for low taxes, low regulation, peace through strength, not strength through peace, and strong borders, and still does.
This is not the same Republican Party of my childhood. This is not the Republican Party of the Reagan era. This is not the Republican Party of the George Bush era, senior or junior. This is a new wave in the Republican Party. The conspirators had taken over the Republican Party. The Republican Party is now ran by a bunch of pseudos. A bunch of pseudos. Know what I mean? What the fuck is y'all talking about? No, this is not the same motherfucking Republican Party. It's ran by a bunch of pseudo weirdos that motherfucker believe we've been abducted. We are cloned reptilians living on a flat earth controlled by a deep state that's faking towers coming down by using crisis actors that's murdering motherfucking chitlins out in motherfucking Sandy Hook some motherfucking where. This is who running the goddamn Republican Party now. This is not the same Republican Party. They was racist as fuck, but they wasn't this damn kooky. And then you got these black motherfuckers getting on board following these son of bitches. Then you get these black motherfuckers getting on board following these pseudos. Know what I mean? Formulating their own group. These Kootenai Negroes. They up here following that motherfucker, you know what I mean? That kooky ass Alice Jones and shit. Fucking with Trump. And all the motherfucktards. Thinking they being radical. Thinking they being edgy. You know, that's the new edgy shit. Be a conspirator, vote Republican, lead the plantation. That's the edgy shit, right? That's the edgy thing to do now. Fuck out of here. Talk about something we what? This ain't the same. This is the same Republican Party. This motherfucker nutty. He nutty as shit if you believe that. Ain't no way.
Yes. The Republican Party pretty much has always stood for low taxes, low regulation. Yeah.
I say this is the
8 hours. The paperback is called A Lot Like Me. Same book, but it's cheaper.
Can you honestly say this is the Republican Party that you grew up on? This modern day GOP?
Yes. The Republican Party pretty much has always stood for low taxes, low regulation, peace through strength, not strength through peace, and strong borders, and still does. And when Donald Trump is gone, and he will be gone even if he gets reelected, the day after he gets reelected, he's a lame duck, the party will still go on. The principles will still go on. However, I do believe that many people in our party have spent and spent and spent so that Ronald Reagan, my favorite president, when he entered the Oval Office, Charlemagne, when he left, government was bigger. It got bigger under George Herbert Walker Bush. It got bigger under W. It got bigger under Donald Trump. And the only way to restrain spending is with an amendment to the Constitution to fix spending to a certain percentage of the GDP, with exception for war and for natural disaster. Otherwise, we're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Let me use the word unsustainable. That's the word Barack Obama used to describe the so-called entitlements. Unsustainable was a word that Bill Clinton used to describe them. But nothing happens because if you run claiming you're going to reform Social Security or Medicare, the other side is going to accuse you of not caring about the sick, the poor, the elderly, and you are going to lose elections. That's why government gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So we need a law to restrain spending. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And for young people like you, these programs are not going to be there.
Mr. Elder, I know a lot of black conservatives, and I completely agree about the black family. I don't think anybody here objects to that.
Don't disagree about that at all.
I think when you talk about ideology and then you mix in parties and then personalities, it gets kind of confusing. And, you mentioned yourself not to moan and groan, that as long as you work hard, all is well. And I think where the conflict is coming in is you did moan and groan about how the Republicans treated you. You did moan and groan about Governor Newsom and, asking for a recall. You did not lose that. You are moaning and groaning when it comes to Donald Trump and how he's being treated. So it just seems to be a hypocrisy. And I don't know if the message would land a little bit better if there was some fairness across the board on Democrats and Republicans. I'm an independent, by the way, and I think both parties are trash. And I think all of us here, see both sides. And that's the part that's just not landing for me. There seems to be an unfairness on both sides with you.
Well, not too surprisingly, I don't agree with your analysis. How is it that I did not leave the recall to the voters? What do you mean by that?
What do you?
You said I didn't leave the recall to the voters.
No. I said you moaned and groaned about it. You said it should be recalled, correct? Correct?
I said Gavin Newsom should have been recalled, yes.
Right, that's moaning and groaning.
Well, actually, it's taking advantage of what's in the California Constitution, which is when a certain percentage of voters sign a petition to recall a politician, there can be a recall vote, and there was one, as there was in 2003, we recalled the governor then, and there was in 2021 when I attempted to recall Gavin Newsom. That's part of our democratic process in California.
Absolutely. We agree with that. I'm going to your statement when you said rather than moan about it. A little while ago, you said rather than moan about it, I'm just going to keep doing the hard work. And so I'm just saying that technically is moaning about it because the governor's decided. That's my point, sir.
I don't follow exactly what you're saying. I really don't.
It's okay. I didn't expect you to.
Yeah,
but it's
I'm
one moment.
I'm a little slow sometimes.
One moment, yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
One moment you're complaining about the system, and the next minute you're saying the system is fair. The next minute you're saying it's not fair. So that's what I'm saying. There just seems to be a double standard on you and the system, not really accountable for a system that black people are not in charge of, by the way, of not wanting to hold both sides accountable when it comes to the system.
Do I believe Hillary was treated differently and Joe Biden treated differently than Donald Trump is being treated? Yes, I do. Is that an indictment about whether or not America is systemically racist? No, it is not. Those are
they're two totally different things.
Yes,
you're
they
trying
are.
to merge the two, but they're two totally different things.
I agree with you. They're two different things. We're agreeing. We're agreeing. They're two different things. We're agreeing.
No, we're agreeing that two different things. We're not agreeing that there's not systematic racism because we're not in charge of the system, sir. In case you
all right. Can we?
Black people have never been in charge of any system.
Well,
we're not
actually, we have been. Take Baltimore.
No, we've never been in charge of.
May I finish?
Tell me, what financial system are black people in charge of? What healthcare system are black people in charge of? What government system are black people in charge of?
I'm about ready to tell you.
What prison system are black people in charge?
I'm about ready to tell you.
I'm not talking about mayors. I already know that talking point, sir. I go on Fox News all the time as well. So let's not go there with that. I said, what system have we created? Have we implemented that we have been in charge of? Name one.
Is this why you don't like talking to black women, Larry Elder?
Wow. Baltimore. Freddie Gray a few years ago.
No. That's mayors. I'm not talking. I said system.
I'm going to tell you about this system if you allow me to finish my point.
I'm not talking about somebody elected and doing a job, sir. I asked what system did we create? What financial system?
Okay, let's talk about the system of one of the largest.
Let him say his point,
thank you. One of the systems of one of the largest cities in America, Baltimore. Freddie Gray died in police custody a few years ago. The mayor was black. The head of the police department was black. Number two.
It's not in charge of the system, but go ahead.
Number two person in charge of the police department was black. All of city council, Democrats, majority black.
Still not in charge of the system.
Wow.
That's a position.
6 officers charged, 3 of them were black. A judge before whom 2 of the officers tried their case, found him not guilty, was black.
Still not in charge of the system.
The city intendant of public schools was black. The county superintendent of public schools was black. The attorney general at the time, Loretta Lynch, is black, as was the president of the United States, was black. And yet,
still not in charge of the system. So I asked you a simple question, sir.
Well, Wanda Sykes said when Barack Obama got elected, how are you going to complain about the man when you are the man? Now, from the president to the attorney general to the state attorney to the mayor to the head of the police department to the commissions of the schools in the city and in the county to the majority of city council in that city, all of them are black. And you're still saying that we don't run anything?
So who's in charge of the system?
No. I said who created the system. I didn't say we didn't run anything. I challenged a lot of those black leaders, by the way. I said when we talk about the system, what black people have been in charge of any system. I'm not talking about a position. I'm not talking about a mayor. You know good and well what I'm talking about.
You're basically saying that they're black faces that are still in
those
position, but they're still being a
Correct.
part
Similar
of the
to you,
system.
Mr. Elder. You're a black face in a position in the conservative movement. They're just the same. They're just on the other side.
So then when Martin Luther King said in 1966, I believe there could be a black president in about 40 years' time, then it really doesn't matter whether there's one or isn't. Because nothing changes. He was naive.
The system also killed him as well. Well, we know that the FBI and the CIA also killed him. That system. You realize that, correct?
Wow. An individual killed him.
Right. That was also a part of Pro Hotel through the system. Correct?
Not correct.
COINTELPRO.
Not correct.
So the FBI didn't have anything to do with it. The CIA didn't have anything to do with
J.
it.
Edgar Hoover was definitely on Martin's ass. Like, come on.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Oh.
Robert Kennedy is the one that approved the wiretaps. But to say that the FBI killed him, I mean, what's your evidence of that?
No,
that's a pretty serious charge. Pretty serious charge.
Yeah.
Serious charges require
I was talking
serious
about the
evidence.
Yeah.
What is your
Mr. Elder,
law proposal?
It is to allow states to set up commissions of retired judges and retired DAs to get rid of these soft on crime George Soros-backed DAs that are allowing a bunch of bad people on the streets or not charging bad people to the full extent of the law. And the people that, by and large, that are hurt by these people are the very black and brown people living in the inner city. There's a Larry Krasner is a George Soros-backed DA in Philadelphia. He's been impeached, but this Philadelphia State Senate wouldn't even take up the case. We've had 2 attempts to repeal a soft on crime DA in LA County, and it hasn't gone through yet. We've got a bunch of, in my opinion, this guy Alvin Bragg, he ran promising to get Donald Trump, and when he got in, he said the evidence wasn't there, and then one of the former DAs writes a book, accuses Bragg of giving Donald Trump a pass, and all of a sudden, he brings counts against Donald Trump. I think it's unfair.
Do you think members of your party are leaning toward fascism?
Define fascism.
Authoritarianism?
Define fascism.
I mean, the rejection of democracy, the rule of law, and equal rights under the law in favor of a strong man, Donald Trump, who interprets the popular will?
No, I don't. There was a long article about Barack Obama by one of my mentors. His name is Thomas Sowell. He's an economist. He's a black conservative, still alive, around 95 years old. And he wrote a piece in which he said a lot of people call people...
Another coon-ass mouthpiece for white supremacists. Thomas motherfucking Sowell. He OG coon. I bet you he's your master teacher. He been doing it before you. Know what I mean? Thomas Sowell, another one white supremacists love. They love that Negro. But oh my goodness, don't even get me started with him.
No, I don't. There was a long article about Barack Obama by one of my mentors. His name is Thomas Sowell. He's an economist. He's a black conservative, still alive, around 95 years old. And he wrote a piece in which he said a lot of people call people like Barack Obama socialist. Socialism is government ownership of the means of production. Fascism is when the government allows you to own means of production, but the government tells you what to do. And he said, frankly, technically, people like Barack Obama are fascists. That is to say, these are left-wing people telling you how to run your business, telling you what to sell, telling you what you can't sell. For example, in California, we have a governor named Gavin Newsom who recently said by the year 2035, no more sale of new gas-powered cars. How dare you? Most people don't want an EV. They like their own gasoline-powered cars, but now you're telling car dealerships they can't even sell them? What do you call that?
But what about, when you tell women what to do with their bodies?
Well, that is a moral issue. I happen to be pro-life, and I believe that that abortion is a sin. That's not telling women what to do with their body. That's expressing my opinion about whether or not it is right or it is wrong. For example, there is a guy right now behind bars in Philadelphia named Dr. Kermit Gosnell. He is an abortion doctor who performed late-term abortions. When I ask people who consider my position to be extreme, I ask them, tell me at what point do you believe pregnancy has gone so far that to terminate the unborn would be homicide, and almost nobody will give you an answer. So in other words, what you're really telling me then is this guy, Dr. Kermit Gosnell, should be set free. He's a political prisoner. He was persecuted unfairly. If you won't tell me when you think at what point a pregnancy cannot be terminated unless it's homicide, then to me you're essentially allowing women to kill the unborn, no matter how old that unborn is, and I think that's wrong. The other thing, Charlamagne, real quickly on this issue. It'd be one thing if the pro-life community was not talking the talk and walking the walk. But there are literally thousands of pregnancy centers all over America, whether it's funding for adoption services, funding for housing, funding for education, funding for job training, to let women know they have alternatives. And every state will decide this. The government shouldn't be passing some sort of law one way or the other regarding abortion. Every state's going to decide that. I'm in California, which is a deep blue state. There have been 2 initiatives to restrict abortion. I voted in favor of them. I was overwhelmingly defeated. And when abortion has been put on the ballot in recent years, the people that wanted abortion restrictions have lost. The American people pretty much have said first-term abortions, they want them to be legal. Late-term abortions, they don't want them to be legal. I happen to disagree with that, but I'm willing to live in a society that has a different point of view than I have on this issue.
Can you have a real democracy if you're taking away people's power of choice? If you're taking away people's power to choose and not giving them any option.
Well, if you consider it to be a crime that abortion is a sin, in my opinion, you're not taking people's right to choose. You're making a moral statement about what's right and what's wrong.
There's a lot of sins, though. Sex before marriage is a sin. I'm sure you did some of that.
As for the sins of my past, either the Lord has forgiven me or the statute of limitations have run out. I'm making a joke about that. A lot of people, of course, make mistakes, yes. And I think
that... He said, I'm sure whatever sins I made, the Lord has forgiven me. Yeah, I know that's right. So the Lord forgives you, but everybody else, they get no forgiveness. You the only black motherfucker the Lord forgiven, huh?
And in my opinion, you're not taking people's right to choose. You're making a moral statement about what's right.
Not giving them any option.
Well, if you consider it to be a crime that abortion is a sin, in my opinion, you're not taking people's right to choose. You're making a moral statement about what's right and what's wrong.
There's a lot of sins, though. Sex before marriage is a sin. I'm sure you did some of that.
As for the sins of my past, either the Lord has forgiven me or the statute of limitations have run out. I'm making a joke about that. A lot of people, of course, make mistakes, yes. Okay. And I think that people should deal with the consequences of their actions. And if you let people know there are consequences to their actions, it will inform their actions and make them behave more responsibly. Anytime you allow bad behavior to continue, you're going to get more bad behavior, whether that's...
So how does that apply to President Trump then? Because you said that was a two-tier system that
because
that's unfair.
I don't believe Donald Trump...
You don't think he did anything?
I don't think he did anything wrong. No, I don't. I believe that he complained about the election the same way Hillary did. Hillary, for 4 years, referred to the 2016 election as having been stolen, her word, not mine. She called Donald Trump illegitimate, her word, not mine. Jay Johnson, who's Obama's DHS secretary, testified under oath that not a single vote tally was changed by the Russians. They tried, but they failed to change a single vote tally. 66% of Democrats believe the Russians changed vote tallies to get Donald Trump elected. Even though Jay Johnson testified under oath, not a single one was changed. That's the damage that people like Hillary and former President Jimmy Carter and Stacey Abrams and Hakeem Jeffries and others have said for years, referring to Donald Trump as illegitimate. A greater percentage of Democrats believe 2016 was stolen than we feel that way about 2020, but yet nobody calls them election deniers and nobody accuses them of undermining our republic. And they're not undermining our republic. They're complaining about an election. You have a right to do so.
I know you probably got to go. Have you ever heard of the term nigga wake-up call?
No.
It is an incident where a person of color forgets that they are of color and are reminded...
Larry, a lying motherfucker. You know damn well you know exactly what a nigga wake-up call is, motherfucker. Don't talk that tough shit to me. Everybody, you know damn well what a nigga wake-up call is. Who the fuck are we kidding? Who the fuck are we kidding? He playing games. He playing games.
Public. They're complaining about an election. You have a right to do so.
I know you probably got to go. Have you ever heard of the term nigga wake-up call?
No.
It is an incident where a person of color forgets that they are of color and are reminded rather brutally by an unexpected act of racism. Have you ever had any of those?
Oh, brother.
I'm just asking. You think you've ever
Well,
had
I'm acutely aware, Charlamagne, that I'm a black person, just as you are a black person. And when Joe Biden insulted you by saying, you ain't really black, we don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Donald Trump, it seems to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part. How dare this guy come in here and insult you, a black man, and tell you you got to think a certain kind of way? I'm amazed that you weren't mad about that.
I'm not gonna say it upset me, just like I'm not letting you upset.
You got a point there. He do got a point there. You should have had that same smoke with Biden. I ain't got a problem with you beating down Larry right now, but you should have had that same smoke for Biden. And this is why I start calling y'all Democratic shields. There ain't no way in hell that he should have got away with that shit. But he got away with it. I'm just saying. But continue.
Come in here and insult you, a black man, and tell you got to think a certain kind of way. You don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Joe. Fully aware, Charlamagne, that I'm a black person, just as you are a black person. And when Joe Biden insulted you by saying, you ain't really black, you don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Donald Trump, it seems to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part. How dare this guy come in here and insult you, a black man, and tell you got to think a certain kind of way. I'm amazed that you weren't mad about that.
I'm not gonna say it upset me, just like I'm not letting you upset me. You know what I mean? I don't tend to get upset over things like that. But what I did say,
well, you just not talk about a nigger wake-up call, and it seemed to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part to have a white guy come in here who also said, by the way, about Mitt Romney. Because he didn't want to put more regulations on Wall Street, going to put y'all back in chains. And Joe Biden has lied for decades about his civil rights record, claiming that he desegregated movie theaters and restaurants in Wilmington, Delaware, when he didn't do any of that. He lied and said that he tried to visit Nelson Mandela during apartheid South Africa. He did not. And he came in here and told you aren't even black and let you think a certain kind of way. It seems to me that should have been a nigga wake-up call for you, but it wasn't, apparently.
I mean, no, for the record, I'm not a Democrat or Republican.
I didn't say you were.
I think both.
I don't know what you are. I never even asked you about your party affiliation. I'm just saying but you are black. And to have a white guy come in here and tell you have to say think a certain kind of way, otherwise you, quote, ain't black. Wow.
How should I reply to you?
What I just now said, how dare...
Larry Elder waited this entire interview to let that spew out. Don't think that wasn't planned, family. Don't think he ain't had that whole script jotted down, ready to go, because he knew he was going to get called out for being a coon. When he got done this interview, he was like, wait till they try to call me a coon. I'm going to mention this. I'm going to mention that. I'm going to say, how dare you call me a coon when you ain't say shit to Biden, saying you ain't black if you don't vote for me, blah, 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 blah. Oh, he had that whole script ready to go, because he was hitting all those bullet points back to back, right? You know what I mean? That was a whole script he just read. Boom, 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 boom. Now, he wasn't lying. But don't get it fucked up. He wasn't freestyling. That wasn't a freestyle. Those are written bars. Those are written bars he had well prepared for when these motherfuckers tried to call him a coon. And that was the time for him to let loose and shit. Like, okay, that's time for me to go in my bag. Let me go in my bag real quick.
The percentage of Democrats believe 2016 was stolen, then we feel that way about 2020, but yet nobody calls them election deniers and nobody accuses them of undermining our republic. And they're not undermining our republic. They're complaining about an election. You have a right to do so.
I know you probably got to go. Have you ever heard of the term nigga wake-up call?
No.
It is an incident where a person of color forgets that they are of color and are reminded rather brutally by an unexpected act of racism. Have you ever had any of those?
Oh, brother.
I'm just asking. You think you've ever
Well,
had
I'm acutely aware, Charlamagne, that I'm a black person, just as you are a black person. And when Joe Biden insulted you by saying, you ain't really black, we don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Donald Trump, it seems to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part. How dare this guy come in here and insult you, a black man, and tell you got to think a certain kind of way. I'm amazed that you weren't mad about that.
I'm not gonna say it upset me, just like I'm not letting you upset me. You know what I mean? I don't tend to get upset over things like that. But what I did say,
well, you just not talk about a nigger wake-up call, and it seemed to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part to have a white guy come in here who also said, by the way, about Mitt Romney. Because he didn't want to put more regulations on Wall Street, going to put y'all back in chains. And Joe Biden has lied for decades about his civil rights record, claiming that he desegregated movie theaters and restaurants in Wilmington, Delaware, when he didn't do any of that. He lied and said that he tried to visit Nelson Mandela during apartheid South Africa. He did not. And he came in here and told you aren't even black and let you think a certain kind of way. It seemed to me that should have been a nigga wake-up call for you, but it wasn't, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, no, for the record, I'm not a Democrat or Republican.
I didn't say you were.
Yeah, I think both.
I don't know what you are. I never even asked you about your party affiliation.
Yeah,
I'm just saying but you are black. And to have a white guy come in here and tell you have to say think a certain kind of way, otherwise you, quote, ain't black. Wow.
How should I have replied to him, you think?
What I just now said, how dare you insult me and tell me I think as a human being, let alone as a black person? I don't tell you how to think, Joe Biden. How dare you come in here and tell me how I should think? I'm going to vote for Donald Trump if I want to vote for Donald Trump. And if I want to vote for Donald Trump, it does not make me not black. 20% of black people, black men, as I said, voted for Donald Trump in 2020. Are they not black now? So only 80% of black men walking around are really black, 20% are not because they voted for Donald Trump. How insulting is that? How condescending is that?
I mean, you're probably right, but I didn't take it in that way.
Well, I did.
As I said to him in that moment, you know, it's just about me wanting something for my people, and I want to know what is he going to do for my people.
How you let Larry Elder cook you like that, dog? Like, you let Larry Elder, like, he cooked you, dog, right there. He cooked you, dog. You ain't had, all you could do is just bow down and just say, yeah, you right. Yeah, you right. I should have said something. Yeah, you should have said something, motherfucker. He is right. This one time, how you got Larry Elder sounding more militant than you right now? This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you got a whole coon-ass nigga like Larry Elder sitting next to you sounding like Malcolm X. This is a problem. This is a problem, Charlamagne. This is a problem. He cooked you, dog. He cooked you. Left you speechless. You couldn't even respond. You had to just bow down and concede. You know what I mean? That's a bad look, dog. You let Larry do you like that.
Black person. I don't tell you how to think, Joe Biden. How dare you come in here and tell me how I should think. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump if I want to vote for Donald Trump. And if I want to vote for Donald Trump, it does not make me not black. 20% of black men, as I said, voted for Donald Trump in 2020. Are they not black now? So only 80% of black men walking around are really black, 20% are not because they voted for Donald Trump. How insulting is that? How condescending is that?
I mean, you're probably right, but I didn't take it in that way.
Well, I did.
As I said to him in that moment, you know, it's just about me wanting something for my people, and I want to know what is he going to do for my people, and not only for my people now, how are you going to atone for the things you've done to my people?
Right.
That's it.
Right, and this is a guy, Joe Biden, who, when he first got into the Senate, hung out with segregationists, talked about how well he got along with them. Talked about how he didn't want integration because of a jungle. This guy has made all sorts of insulting things to black people, and his policies right now are hurting black people. Inflation hurts the people at the bottom more than anything else. Letting a bunch of illegal aliens into the border are hurting black people more than anybody else, as I said earlier. He's opposed to school choice when he has his own kids in private school, and we lost a year, almost 2 years of in-school education in California because of COVID that he supported. I mean, this guy has done monstrous things to black people, and then for him to come in here and tell you how you ought to think of the black person, it blew my mind.
As a person objectively who doesn't care about either party, when I just take a step back and I just look at everything that's happening, I see one party that seems still committed to democracy somewhat, and one party who's headed fast towards fascism. That's just my personal opinion. So who do you think I would vote for?
Well, let's talk about fascism, since I assume you're talking about election denying. In 2000, when George W. Bush won the election over Al Gore, the Democrats, the first week of January 2001, tried to overturn the results in Florida. 2004, George W. Bush gets reelected. Democrats, including Benny Thompson, the chair of the January 6th Committee, Jamie Raskin, a member of the January 6th Committee, joined with 28 other House Democrats and Senator Barbara Boxer to overturn the results in Ohio, claiming without any evidence the D.A.B.A.T.E voting machine had been hacked. 2016, January 2017, Democrats challenged more states trying to get the election overturned that elected Donald Trump. Then Donald Trump challenged the first week of January in 2021. Nobody accused them of undermining our republic. Nobody accused them of being fascists. They exercised whatever means they could to try to win the election. I want to remind you that Hillary Clinton advised Joe Biden during the 2020 election, if it is a close election, quote, do not concede under any circumstances, close quote. Donald Trump used whatever legal means he could, advancing some novel legal theories to try to stay in office, and he failed. But I don't blame him for trying.
Yeah, but it's not just election denying. It's the disdain of women in fear of non-standard gender identities and sexual orientation.
Disdain for women.
It's the galvanizing of popular rage against cultural elites. It's nationalism based on dominant, superior race and historic bloodlines. Like, there's a lot of things that Republicans are doing.
Bro, you gotta stop this, bro. You gotta stop this, son. You came up in here, first thing came out your mouth is defending them goddamn fruitcakes. God damn it! Stop this, dog. Hell yeah, man. He wasn't fair to the gays. The fruitcake problems, man. I ain't got nothing to do with all that. Supposed to keep him locked in, dog. Why you swaying away talking about your allies and shit? You want to start pounding allies. This is when you're going to probably get cooked. I don't know what's about to happen, but you left yourself wide open introducing allies. Why you gotta try to introduce these allies? Keep it on black people, dog. The fuck is this shit? This is where you start to see? This is the shit that motherfuckers be getting pissed off about.
Circumstances, close quote. Donald Trump used whatever legal means he could, advancing some novel legal theories to try to stay in office, and he failed. But I don't blame him for trying.
Yeah, but it's not just election denying. It's the disdain of women and fear of non-standard gender identities and sexual orientation.
Disdain for women.
It's the galvanizing of popular rage against cultural elites. It's nationalism based on dominant superior race and historic bloodlines. Like, there's a lot of things that Republicans are doing.
Well, what about Joe Biden going to Howard University as he did recently, giving a commencement speech, Charlemagne, and he said the number one threat to the homeland was white supremacy. Really? The
FBI said that.
The Anti-Defamation League keeps track of.
Correct, Charlemagne. The FBI said that. And that was a correct statement. They are the biggest threat to the safety of this nation. January 6th proved such. January 6th proved that statement to be correct. But the FBI made that statement. So yes, Charlemagne's correct.
To Howard University as he did recently, giving a commencement speech, Charlemagne, and he said the number one threat to the homeland was white supremacy. Really? The
FBI said that.
The Anti-Defamation League keeps track of how many people are killed by extremists, no matter the race of the extremists, every year. Last year, there were 25. As I said, in 2020, there were 11,000 blacks who were murdered, almost all murdered by other people, not murdered by white extremists. It's a lie to say white extremists is a big problem in America. It's a lie. It's what Democrats do to get black people angry.
The FBI said that.
That's what Democrats. Fine. I don't agree with that.
Even after January 6th, you don't agree that white supremacists is the biggest problem to the safety of this nation. You don't believe that. Boy, you working overtime for that motherfucker. You working overtime for your snacks. He working overtime for his snacks.
The number one threat to the homeland is a large number of people who are engaging in criminal activity. And what Democrats do is tell black people racism. They trot out David Duke or some other facsimile every 4 years to tell black people, vote for us, because after all, we're the party of racial justice, social justice, and equity, and these dastardly people over there, these Republicans, are the party of Jim Crow and slavery, even though it was the Democratic Party that was the party of Jim Crow and slavery.
So why should black people rock with the GOP then? Like, what are the reasons?
Economics? I had Tavis Smiley and Cornel West on my radio show once, Charlemagne. And I told Tavis and Cornel West that under Ronald Reagan, black adult unemployment fell faster than white adult unemployment. Black Hispanic unemployment fell faster than did white unemployment. Black teenage unemployment fell faster than did white teenage unemployment. Black businesses were created at a rate faster, their revenues grew at a rate faster, and they both told me that I was wrong, and that they would have the data on my desk by Monday. That was 15 years ago. I know the mail is slow, but it seems to me they should have given it to me by now. Again, Donald Trump presided over the best economy ever for black people, lowest unemployment, and it seems to me the number one reason that most people vote is because of the economy. We have had 40-year historic high in inflation. We've had gas prices that are now about 40% more than what they were when Joe Biden came into office, and we have about 7 million illegal aliens in our country, and the bulk of the suffering because of these illegal aliens will be borne by black people living in the inner city. Those are three reasons alone not to vote for the Democratic Party and to vote for the Republican Party. And by the way, I'm not voting for a fishing buddy. It's not because I like Trump or like him personally. I'm voting for policies. And I don't really care whether or not his personality offends people and he does bad tweets. Maybe it might be better for our society if he were more polite. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not voting for a fishing buddy. I'm voting for somebody to keep taxes low, keep regulations low, to secure the borders and keep us out of unnecessary wars.
Would it be fun to have money in a fascist country, though? To be black and have money in a fascist country? Or to be anything other than
I don't agree this is a fascist country. It's always better to have money than not to have money.
All right. Anything else, Tess?
Well, just a simple question. Have the Republicans done anything that you disagree with, just out of curiosity?
They spend too much. I think taxes are still too high. I think that there are a lot of Republicans that support things like minimum wages. And by the way, Milton Friedman, one of my favorite economists, said the minimum wage is perhaps the most anti-black law in the statute books, close quote. At one time, a black teenager was more likely to have a job than a white teenager until the minimum wage came along and kicked it up and up and up. So there are policies that the Republican Party supports, like minimum wage. Some of them do that I don't like. Also kinds of licensing, unnecessary licensing. I was at an Apple store a few years ago, And this black woman waited on me, and she was very sharp technically. I'm not very technically sharp. And I was very impressed. And I said, have you always been technically sharp? She goes, well, I'm not really. I'm just here because I want to earn enough money to get a license to cut hair. I said, black hair? She said, yes. I said, you don't know how to cut black hair already? I have black barbers in my family. Everybody learned how to cut hair on their own. She said, well, in California, you have to have a license to get, you have to have a license to open up a shop to cut hair. I said, how much does it cost? She said, $5,000. I said, you need to get a $5,000 license to learn how to do something you already know how to do? What is that? So a lot of the rules and regulations. Okay, fair.
It's hard to get around them systems, no matter how hard you work.
But the system applies to both blacks and whites too. But fair enough, those systems ought to be struck down. So
I knew how to drive, but I still had to get my motherfucking license, even though I knew how to drive. What are we talking about here? Right? You gotta be licensed to do certain things. You gotta make sure you gotta have a certificate to prove you're qualified to do the job on certain, areas of occupation. This is just what it is. Like that. Like what is your dumb ass talking about? Right? I don't want no motherfucking body operating on me that don't have degrees, motherfucker. Not just degrees, motherfucker. I'm talking about, you know what I mean? I want Ivy League degrees if you're gonna be opening me up, motherfucker. I don't want a motherfucker saying, yeah, I know how to do it. I just never went through 20 years of school to get the degrees and shit, because I ain't had time to do all that. I was caught up. Things happened, and I had a degree, some school books over here in the corner. Then some niggas came over with weed and blunts, and shit just came up missing. So I just like, fuck it, man. I don't need all them books and paperwork and all that shit, man. I'm just gonna go start doing surgeries, man. I don't need that shit. I already know how to do it. Why I need to pay to get this shit? I already know how. I watched a bunch of YouTube tutorials from Dr. Sebi, motherfucker. Dr. Sebi told me everything I know, motherfucker. Give me my goddamn scalpel and my fucking scissors. I'm going in. I'm going in. Them goddamn Sebi degrees. You ain't gonna be opening me up with your Sebi YouTube tutorial degrees, motherfucker. Go fuck yourself.
But there are lots of things Republicans do that I don't.
Well, it's not just cutting hair. You know that. They have to train how to learn with diseases and to make sure your clippers are clean and make sure certain things that you have to follow certain protocols so that you can be a barber, so that you can make sure that the community is safe when you're doing these protocols.
Well, if there weren't government protocols, there'd be other protocols. For example, there's something called the Consumer Reports. That's not government, and it comes out and it talks about cars and what cars are good, cars are safe. If government didn't do these kinds of things, entrepreneurs would step in and they would have licensing, so there'd be a little sticker on the window when you go to a barbershop and they would say, I've been approved by so-and-so licensing board or organization.
Some of it's bullshit. 5,000 is too much though.
There are all sorts of things that we would do if the government was not doing them.
Do you have a black barber?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
Actually, I have a black barber for 25, 30 years. He got cancer, and now the person that owns the shop, who is Latina, cuts my hair.
Okay. I do want to ask one final question. When do you think systemic racism ended? Since you said it don't exist anymore, when did it end?
I can't come up with a specific time, but Civil Rights Act. Civil Rights Act of 1964, Brown versus Board of Education, the Loving versus Virginia Act that struck down race mixing. You couldn't, for 13 states, you couldn't marry a.
Yeah, I bet you love that law, don't you? You love that law, don't you, Larry? Larry loves that law, don't he, family? That's it. He had to mention that one. He had to mention that one. He loves that one.
I can't come up with a specific time, but Civil Rights Act. Civil Rights Act of 1964, Brown versus Board of Education, the Loving versus Virginia Act that struck down race mixing. You couldn't, for 13 states, you couldn't marry a white woman. Again, I think that when Barack Obama got elected, it was to marry a white woman, race mixing. You couldn't, for 13 states, you couldn't marry a white woman. Before, Brown versus Board of Education, the Loving versus Virginia Act that struck down race mixing. You couldn't, for 13 states, you couldn't marry a white woman.
So racism ended when we could legally swirl, huh? Ain't that about a bitch? Y'all hear what his criteria is? When we was able to legally swirl, racism was dead. Shocker! Shocker! Racism is over because we can now sleep with Becky legally without any repercussions. This is his criteria to support that racism is fake news. Let's soak in. Let's finish up. This is great.
Again, I think that when Barack Obama got elected, it was a big deal. When Obama got elected, this is really important. He got elected with a little more than 52% of the vote. He walks into the Oval Office the third week of January. He had a 70% approval. Now, how can that be? How can 15% all of a sudden support this man? It wasn't because they wanted capital gains taxes raised, which Obama promised to do. It wasn't because of Obamacare, which Obama promised to do. It's because many Americans said at the very least, he'll stop the nonsense that America remains systemically racist. And for 8 years, in my humble opinion, he played race card after race card after race card. So when he entered the Oval Office, both blacks and whites thought race relations would get better. When he left, both blacks and whites thought they got worse. Why? Because he did things like the Cambridge police acted stupidly when they didn't. If I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. When what happened to Trayvon had nothing to do with his race. He embraced Black Lives Matter. He invited Al Sharpton in the White House over 70 times. He said that racism is in America's DNA. He said all sorts of things so that when he left, both blacks and whites thought race relations got worse.
Right, but sir, this is where and we can just agree to disagree because you're mixing race relations and voters, what voters decided to do, who might just be very good people that decided to elect a black man, confusing with institutional system racism. And those are just two totally different things. And it's okay if we just agree to disagree. I'm talking about structures, not what voters did or, voters wanted to see better race relations. We're talking about structures, the same structures that you referenced several times that have also spited you. So that's
Joe Biden, for example, when Georgia reformed its law, said it was worse than Jim Crow, it's Jim Ego. More blacks voted in Georgia than ever before. The percentage of blacks increased. If the structure, how is it that the structure did not stop black people from voting in Georgia?
Well, I'm not talking about voting, sir. I'm talking about, and just to be fair, I think Joe Biden and what Joe Biden has did to African Americans, particularly with the war on drugs, was one of the worst things that actually happened to black people. Just to put that on the record, he too was a part of that system that I'm talking about. Democrats as well. I just try to stay balanced to say that same system applies on both sides. Democrats and Republicans helped with mass incarceration. Joe Biden led it, wrote it. So we have no problem. Or I have no problem condemning him as a Democrat for what he's done. I'm just talking about institutions versus relations are just two totally different things, and that's just where we just disagree with that, and that's okay.
Well, we didn't really get into mass incarceration, but most people who are behind bars because they committed a violent crime against somebody else, and often the black people who are behind bars committed a violent crime against another black person.
Well, when I'm talking about mass incarceration, I'm not talking about violent crimes. I'm talking about non-violent crimes, particularly the war on drugs. I was very clear in what I said.
I agree with you that I believe that the drug problem should be dealt with as a health problem rather than a criminal justice problem. But most
right. He tried to move the goalposts and win the violent crime. This is what I tell you, they stick. Everything always rolls back to Chicago, Baltimore, everything. No matter what you talk to him about, it always rolls back to what about black on black crime. Everything. That's right. Keep him on topic. Keep him on topic. And I want y'all to notice what his answer was when discussing the drugs, right? He immediately said that he agrees drug is a health issue, right? Mental health issue, right? Okay. I bet you didn't feel that way 20 years ago, though. I bet you didn't feel that way 20 years ago before this opioid motherfucking crisis affected motherfucking white America, and now all of a sudden everything's getting decriminalized, right? Ain't that right, family? Ain't that right, family? Ain't that what the motherfucking system has done since the opioid problem spiraled out of control in the suburbs? Now all of a sudden all these drugs are getting decriminalized now. They ain't think to decriminalize drugs in the 80s during the crack epidemic. No. We ain't gonna decriminalize shit. We just gonna criminalize all these drug dealers that's destroying the community. Ain't that correct? We gonna criminalize all them hippity hoppers. All those hippity hoppers listening to all that gangster rap, destroying the community, blah, 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 blah. Killing everybody. Can't read, anything else. We ain't get none of that mental health sympathy or none of that shit. Nope. Lock them the fuck up. Lock them criminals up. They thugs. Right? Savages. Right? Lock them up. A bunch of gorillas, lock them up. That's what the fuck I heard. I ain't hear all this, it's a mental health issue, we shouldn't criminalize them, we should, you know what I mean, to send them to rehab. Right. Now we got whole states with drugs decriminalized. You can't write this shit. You can't, and this Negro up here now, he's sympathetic. This same Negro who will talk shit about all the black on black crime that happened in the fucking 80s. He'll talk shit about that. He ain't gonna call them motherfuckers mentally healthy, not unhealthy. This shit's disgusting. You activists make me sick.
Crime against somebody else. And often the black people who are behind bars committed a violent crime against another black person.
Well, when I'm talking about mass incarceration, I'm not talking about violent crimes. I'm talking about non-violent crimes, particularly the war on drugs. I was very clear in what I said.
I agree with you that I believe that the drug problem should be dealt with as a health problem rather than a criminal justice problem. But most people are not behind bars for using drugs or for dealing drugs. They're behind bars for having committed a violent act against another person.
Sure, but that wasn't what I was talking about. I was very clear when I talked about Joe Biden writing the crime bill and mass incarceration with war on drugs to non-violent offenders. So that's a different conversation. You're weaving the two together. So we just have a disagreement on institutions versus race relations, and that's okay.
Well, in order for you to go to jail, you have to commit a crime. If you walk down the street,
not always when you're black in America.
Well, where are the class action lawsuits, Charlamagne? We have all these black lawyers. Many black people have gone to law school. Where are the class action lawsuits claiming that a bunch of people are behind bars illegally, wrongfully? Where are they?
So you think everybody that's behind bars?
I didn't say that.
I
didn't say that. Why don't you answer my question? Where are the class action lawsuits?
Well, you need money to do class action lawsuits.
You've had a black attorney general, Eric Holder. You had back-to-back black attorneys general, Eric Holder and then Loretta Lynch. Why didn't they release a whole bunch of people who are illegally behind bars? Why didn't they do that? You had a black president.
And I criticized them as well. Went on record because actually you're right. He lied and said that he was going to fix the crack cocaine disparity. So I went on record. You're right. And guess what? Guess who he works for? The system. So he's just a blackface that works for the system at the time. So again, we just disagree on systems and institutions versus black faces in high places.
Well, the disparity has been rectified. Now you go to jail for dealing powder as you do for dealing crack. And at one time there was a disparity.
No, you go to jail, but the ratio's not the same.
Well, because the dealers are not the same. For example, there are more white people behind bars for drunk driving than there are black people. There are certain categories of crime that whites commit.
Mr. Elder, you're talking
depends
about
on the drug. More whites are behind bars for meth than blacks
are. You're just going all over the place.
There he goes talking about raw numbers again, and not doing per capita. Not doing per capita again. You gotta keep them on these percentages, sis. You gotta keep them on them percentages. They are not allowed to throw around raw numbers. They are not allowed to do it. Not allowed. Not on my watch.
I mean, there are black people. There are certain categories
we're
of crime
talking
that
about
whites
drugs,
commit.
Mr. Elder, you're
Depends on the drug.
cocaine, then you go
More whites are behind bars for meth than blacks
You're just
are.
going all over the place, sir. We were talking about, it's very clear.
You said drugs. It depends on the category of drug. It depends on the category of drugs. More whites are involved in meth
Right,
than
but
blacks.
I gave you the category that I wanted to talk about, and then you start talking about drinking. You're just all over the place, Mr. Elder, but it's okay.
More blacks are involved in crack cocaine. More whites are involved in powder. More whites are involved in meth than blacks. Depends on the category of the drug you're talking about.
Right, and I was talking about a very clear category, and I gave you, I told you where I just criticized the black man who was in charge, and you skipped over that and went right to talking about drunk driving. So again, sir, I have no problem with criticizing black Democrats. We do that. Charlemagne does that all the time. It's just the imbalance of understanding that even black faces in high places, even including yours and Democrats, Republicans, just being fair across the board. That's all.
Well, that to me basically is no different than what Joe Biden just did with Charlemagne, which is to tell me as a black person I got to think a certain kind of way, otherwise I'm not black.
And I didn't like that either.
Well, you just did.
I didn't like that either.
You just did. You call me a black face as if I'm supposed to think a certain kind of way.
No,
I said
blackface. I said blackface in high places. I said they're everywhere. You're a blackface. You're in a high place. You're running for president of the United States. That's a high place. You are a blackface, correct? I said so. There's blackface in high places on both sides. So it's just about being fair for me on both sides. I've mentioned
I
three or four Democrats.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I mentioned several Democrats that I have a problem with. Several, including Joe Biden. So you don't have to sell us on that. We get that. I'm just saying it also happens on the Republican side. That's all. I agree with a lot of your message, Mr. Elder, but when you're not balanced across the board, it just kind of lands flat. That's all.
Whose cocaine do you think it was in the White House? If you're talking about drugs.
I have no idea. All I know is that it seems to me it should be scary that that Secret Service would close the investigation without identifying a suspect. What other kind of stuff goes in and out of the White House without anybody knowing about it? But I have no idea. I just think it's bizarre that the investigation all of a sudden got closed that fast.
And you think criminal charges should be brought against President Biden, right?
I think there certainly should be an investigation about the pay-for-play stuff that we're hearing. The IRS whistleblowers are saying that they were told to stand down in their investigation. I think there's a double standard going on, as I said earlier. For example, Donald Trump has been indicted for document possession. There is a special counsel investigating Joe Biden for document possession. But his defenders are saying, well, Joe Biden, unlike Donald Trump, turned over the documents readily when they were found out to have them. And if that's the case, why is the investigation still taking so long?
Tell them how they can support your campaign.
LarryElder.com. I need $1.
Get your grifting ass out of here. I ain't promoting that shit. Don't send that motherfucker no money, family. Don't send that motherfucker near dime. None of it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, don't send that motherfucker near dime, family. That's cat. That motherfucker full of shit. But that's that shit. But there you go, family. There you go. Y'all got to hear that, man. You know, like, I see the one part everybody was going crazy about with the little conservatives going crazy about. He did cook Charlemagne in that moment, right? But for the most part, they was whipping his ass most of that interview because he was just regurgitating his little silly ass conservative bullet points, right? That you'll hear in any random conservative motherfucking platform. You go to any random conservative platform, you're gonna hear those same exact parroted bullet points that don't hold no water when pressed properly, right? When pressed properly, that shit falls apart. You usually get emotional responses because you're probably inside a church. Because these places are churches. Don't get it twisted, right? These both parties are cults, right? So if you on one of they got their platforms, you in the belly of the beast. You better get ready, because if you a motherfucker like me, yeah, you gonna have something to say and people ain't gonna like it. Y'all know I ain't scared to kick over tables. I'll come up in your church. I will smack over your idols. I will rip apart your doctrines and dare you to do something about it. Like I can't stand churches. So I go up in these churches and bust that shit all up. I don't care which church it is either. They both need to be checked. But I'm about to get ready to get to the phone lines, family. I ain't gonna hold y'all up no more. Let y'all call in, sound off. You know what I mean? That way I can have enough time. To do a couple of things a little bit later. So yeah, I'm about to get ready to go to this commercial break. And when I come back from the commercial break, we can do the phone lines. And then I'll let y'all sound off of what y'all just heard. And we can cook on some things. So yeah, I'm about to play this commercial. I'll be right back, fam.
Today we're going to tell you why we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church.
So, let's talk about how the Roman Catholic Church contributed in the transatlantic slave trade. First, they instructed Portugal and Spain to invade, murder, and subdue all sub-Saharan Africans. They identified us as black Gentiles, which took away our rights, and they created laws that told people how to treat black people unfairly. Let's also not forget how the Roman Catholic Church benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. 1, they had a huge increase in tithes. 2, they had a big gain of political power. Let's also not forget how my ancestors' land was acquired by the Roman Catholic Church to build more Catholic churches like this one. And let me tell you how my ancestors were affected during the transatlantic slave trade. 1, they violated our rights and privileges. 2, they stole our lands and our resources. 3, they destroyed our family culture and our family structure.
And you can't forget how black people are still affected by the transatlantic slave trade to this day. 1, we don't have access to our own land. 2, we can't trace back our own family lineage. And 3, we can't connect with our own people because our identity is lost.
And after hearing all of that, we're here to tell you that we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church.
Right now!
Right now!
All right, family. All right, family. All right, phone lines open, family. Phone lines open. Call in. Call in. First come, first serve. Y'all already know what it is. Y'all know the routine. Y'all want to sound off? This is the time to do it. Let me know what's on y'all mind about what y'all just saw. If there's anything else y'all want to chop it up about real quick, y'all can. You know what I mean? And yeah, family. Oh, real quick while I'm waiting for the phone to ring. Fantasy football people, I got some of y'all have hit me up, and I emailed everybody back. Y'all should have y'all invitations. Killer Keys, if you're listening, you should already go check your ESPN account. You should see it. You already in there. You should see it. And Pookie, if you catch this, text me, because you got 2 teams in for some strange reason. You got 2 teams in. So let me know which one you want me to keep and which one you want me to boot. I gotta boot one of them. So let me know which one you want me to keep. Excuse me. And yeah, that's fantasy football, dude. Anybody else want to play fantasy? I need you to cash at me $20 and to see $20 and your email. When you cash at me the $20, I need your email because I can't give you the link to join if I don't have your email. So I'm gonna need your email when you cash at me. But yeah, cash at me $20 and with your email, and you'll be in. The draft is be on September 4th on a Monday. That'll be the Monday before the season. All right, so there you go. Fantasy news done. All right, but call in, family. Call in. I had to take a time out for that. But yeah, let's build, family. Let me know what's good. Let me know what's good. We in the building. I mean, what y'all in chat talking about while I'm waiting? I've been playing the chat. I mean, periodically you see in the chat. Shout out to Dina, what's going on? Leonard was good. Jay Barrett was good with you. Dyson, what's up? Craig, what's going on? Mika was good. Who else? Tony, what's going on? TMBN, what's good with you? Who else came up in here? Brother Hannibal, what's going on? Brother Rob was good. Brandon, what's going on? Who else? Black Light, you already. C-Dot, what up? Lewis was good. Rel, what's going on? Miss Yum Yum was good. Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening to come through. If I missed you, my bad. Peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from? Oh, wait up. Oh, wait. Yeah, peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from? You already, Arthur. What's good?
What's good? Very interesting show today. I listened to most of it. I'm out here working, so I could pretty much listen to it. Kind of killed my phone listening to it. I mean, it's obvious how I'm gonna feel about a Larry Elder, right? But this is my problem. When brothers like him or when cools like him go on the Charlemagne the God, or they go around to people that don't have no real political happy birthday, big on. When they go around people that don't have no real political knowledge or understanding, it's easy for him to be like a machine gun and rattle off all that nonsense without no adequate pushback. Now, I like the chick that's on there because, you know, she says she's not, you know, she's an independent, but she's really a Republican who just can't tolerate the racism, right? So she's like, I'm an independent. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's her shtick. And I'll give it to her. She does give it to both parties. But even in doing that, I still find a lot of shit that they do and say inadequate, because it's really not addressing anything. It's really just playing gotcha games and all this, that, and the third. And I just think that they lack the real intelligence to really put him in his place and really, like, you know what I mean? Because see, with her, he was just crying victim. Like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's just the manosphere, you know, fucking incel. Like, oh, this black woman is just, look at her, she's just so rude. She doesn't give me a chance to talk, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of that.
You know what I mean? So her political or her pushback or her rebuttals was seen more as smart alecky or just, you know, a foul-mouthed woman, or she needs to know her place. So even in that, he still comes out the victor. Like, he comes out the victor to his people because he wasn't adequately rebuffed. Right? Like, he still got to spit that nonsense out. And one thing, like, I was talking to a brother on Restitution channel, and the one thing that we don't is all that shit is not really legislative or legislation or even laws. It's just culture wars. It's just a bunch of people who think they better than everybody that want to tell everybody that they think they're less than, this is how you should behave. Like the fuck shit he said about conservatives, we come with strength and not peace. You never served a day in your life in the service, bro.
Right.
You don't come with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't come with nothing. And what happens is he goes on a show with a Charlemagne the God who quietly and silently wants to butter up to the right. He brought Tommy Lauren on for a reason. He questions if they're not fighting for a reason. I understand people can have their age or whatever, but it's never about legislation. It's always about some cultural thing or some social thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? None of this is steeped in true political, true legislative, true civic. All of this is based on my culture needs to be at the forefront of American society. Whether it's the far right or the far left, they all think that their culture needs to be the preeminent culture in American society. It's our turn now. Everybody wants their turn. Nobody wants it to just be civically done on a merit basis and an equal basis. It's always about what my clan wants.
Right.
Like, and for me, that's why people like him get to proliferate and be where he's at, because a lot of people really don't have a political understanding, bro. They really don't.
Nah.
Like, when we have these conversations about reparations and things of that nature, and then listen to him talk about the Africans and all, he never once said that this was the institution that the United States government put forth.
Yeah, everything split into parties.
No. When it came to reparations, he wants to put it on the antagonists and the war chiefs, and not put it on the U.S. government who fomented this for 400 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
It's about some chiefs that's been...
Oh, you talking the African chiefs? Yeah, the African chiefs. Yeah. Uh-huh.
When it's talking about the African, so, right, well, let's dig deeper. They were war criminals. They were not war. They were POWs of tribal wars that were sold, not knowing that they were being sold into slavery. Maybe later on, not initially. Initially, those chieftains did not understand that those people were being taken to foreign lands and used as fucking shadow slaves. They did not know that. There was no communication. There was no language. There was nothing. We think like everybody spoke English and Twitter and Facebook, and we got all this information, and we do not think about the time period when these things took place and the civil and the primitive nature of all that took place. We do. Larry Elder gets to go on and use that nonsense as an argument piece where you're talking nonsense, sir. The institution of slavery was condoned by this government, pushed. The government used the institution of slavery to make itself the greatest empire man's ever seen. So now we're going to play this game and talk about the 5% of families who had the slaves. Yes, they had the bodies, but what about the free market goods, and what about the money and everything else that they built up together?
Right.
So like when a guy like this goes to the channel, it's like, damn, this is why they keep doing it. Because they go places where they know it's going to be very little pushback, or the pushback is not going to be adequate enough to change nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Charlemagne the God has no political nothing.
No.
He's a clout chaser.
Yeah.
So for me, it's always frustrating when the black conservatives go to these supposed liberal or opposed objective markets or objective platforms and have these conversations about blackness and have these conversations about, like, did you hear what he said?
But he tried to shit the goalposts talking about the fruitcakes. He tried to shit the goalposts of the fruitcakes. Like, what are you talking about?
We talked about Gavin Newsom not limiting the amount of certain cars because of the nature of the car, what it would do to the environment. It's not because he's trying to control what that entity does as a business, but then you on the flip side, you could tell a human being who is autonomous and that's not connected to no government, not connected to nothing, that you can't have an abortion because I personally believe it's morally wrong. I didn't fuck you to make the baby. I don't have nothing. It's not, you're not my kid, no nothing, but I still feel I have the right to tell you what to do as an autonomous human being because I deem it wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely forcing their morality on people. I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? So it's none of this is truly about whether black people are being mistreated. I've chosen a side. I've chosen the white side because my dad chose the white side, and I'm gonna rock with that. And whatever they say needs to be culturally done to make this a better place to get niggas in check, then I'm with that. Because that's all this is about. You heard them in the ground. We trying to get he's trying to get a fucking death squad of retired judges to come and be law and order fucking gulag ass Joseph Goldberg ass motherfuckers. What are you talking about? You're trying to put retired judges in. So if they're no longer part of the judicial system, what the fuck are they gonna do?
Right.
What would be their cause? Because you guys want to make killing those that you deem not worthy normal. And you got to find people who fucking write legal briefs and legal ways and means to show that propagandize the idea of law to show that it's a valid thing to do. This is crazy to me, man, that no one sees the play. No one on the black side of the track sees the play. The play is like when he talked about the 20% of black men, because you fuckers think that the GOP is somehow going to put black women in their place. Going to take welfare from them. Going to make it harder for child support. Well, guess what, weirdos? The fucking Republicans is the ones who put these policies in place. They're the ones who put the draconian child support laws in place.
He don't want to talk about that. He want to talk about. He want to talk about that. He want to talk about that pseudo ass claim about the Democrats creating the Klan.
Right, some 1850 shit that anybody can easily go research and debunk. I mean, there's so many stories out there that fix that shit and tell people what really happened. How could you even say some dumb shit like that, knowing that both parties are not the same as they was when those things were taking place?
Right.
Because they know people lack the civic and political and historical understanding of politics in America. They get away with it. They get away with it. So for me, it comes a time where there needs to be people who really understand what politics is, and it's just not about you're disagreeing with both parties, but really truly understand what civics is and how it affects your life. And how it really goes, and who's really in control, and how to vote this shit. Like, the shit is amazing to me that no one really tried to do that and really tried to provide that for American citizens. And just leave them out here to be like, well, I ain't voting for nobody, and this, that, and the third. Just saying blasphemous shit. Or have a motherfucker like that. Or just any of those people that's running for president on the Republican side. Any of them. The guy, the Indian guy, the vibrant Bombay that they had on there before. This motherfucker never even voted in an election until 2020.
Yeah, they like him because he says racist shit, and he's a Trump. He's a Trump flunky.
He demonizes black people.
Yeah, he's a Trump junkie. And he's a quote unquote person of color, which is why I hate that whole silly ass lumping us in with this people of color bullshit, because now they get to get some racist ass fucking Indian.
Right, but it's not enough of us pulling up the head. Real black people saying, nephew, shut the fuck up for you being in danger. Because you playing a game and we don't want to play.
Yeah, well, he don't be in the hood for people to pull up on him either. Ain't like he be hood, but yeah.
Because you're playing a game. You're a wigger. You're a fucking wigger. So did you see what he did in Iowa, dog, when he got on the fucking stage and was rapping Eminem shit at the Iowa shit the other day last week?
Nah, I missed that.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a joke to them, bro. It's mockery. That's why I'm so passionate about this political shit, because we're being mocked by these people, bro. We're being mocked.
Yeah. Always have, though. We always have. They've always mocked us in our face.
Being mocked, bro. Being mocked. And it's sad. And then he gets to get away with it. And then you got reaction videos. Larry Elder, he gave it to the Breakfast Club. He shut Charlamagne down. No, he did.
That's why I was like, let me go find out. Let me go watch this and see what happened and shit. I saw a few minutes. I was like, okay, I'm gonna say this my wake and bake, because let me see what, because Larry was triggering me. I'm like, everybody kept saying he shut Charlamagne down. So I was like, let me get that part. But yeah, I saw what they was talking about. He was right about that stuff he said about Charlamagne. That's the one time in the interview he's right.
I don't even think he was right in that. I mean, I understand what people did, but I don't think he was right in that. I think I don't agree with Biden saying it, but it's the fucking truth. Like, if you're smart enough to see that this motherfucker is a racist dirtbag piece of shit that's trying to harm your people, and you ain't black. You ain't black.
Yeah, but what he actually said was, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Like, it was more people running than Trump.
He didn't say, no, he didn't say if you vote for me. He said if you vote for Trump. If you vote for Trump. And he's right.
I gotta go back and listen to it. again.
You could dislike me, I don't care. He was right. If you're a black human being and you vote for this dirtbag piece of shit motherfucker.
But that don't mean they're not black. That don't mean they're not black. You can say you can say they a coon. You can say they a coon all day long, but that don't make them not black. They black regardless of which way they vote.
I get what you're saying. The technical version of it, the technical idea of it. Like, for me personally, as a man who lived this life and who is super pro-black, they're not black to me, bro. Because you're ignoring our demise. You're ignoring someone that set out to harm us. You're ignoring it to choose a team that, if you want to be on their team, then go be white. Don't be black no more. Because that's what it's about, bro. Like, all this shit we see is just a bunch of black people who think it's one or two things. And me and you talk about this all the time. One, they think whatever effect or whatever shit they receive from white America, backlash, anger, racism, they think it's attached to white America seeing black people of ill repute, and they think that that's a representation of them, so they mistreat me because they think I'm like Pookie. And if you live off that and allow for an ignorant, racist piece of shit white person to lump you in with other people, that's your ignorance and that's their ignorance. That has nothing to do with me or my blackness. And I'm not going to let some white person be the approval board of my blackness. GOP somehow is gonna help put black women in their place so that black women can be more what's the word they always use?
Obedient, submissive.
Obedient is another one they use.
Submissive.
What's the one they always use?
Submissive.
Fuck. Submissive.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I want a submissive woman for.
Yeah.
What the fuck? If I get into shit, I want my baby to bust like I'm about to bust. What is going on here?
Yeah, like those Alabama women wasn't submissive.
I'm fucking up in this life, but I'm going out smoking up all the crack. I don't want my girl to be on tomorrow.
Those women.
But I still love you. No.
Those women out in Alabama wasn't submissive.
Nah, cause they popped off.
Mm-hmm. As they were supposed to.
I don't mean to hold you up, bro, but you know, I swear I rarely get a chance to be on a panel with you, kicking with you, so I try to, you know, catch you on Saturday so I can. This was right up my alley, man. But I just feel as though the problem is we gotta stop the Charlemagnes and the people like that speaking for us politically when they really have no political understanding whatsoever. Even the young lady, she has some ideas of politics, but her whole game is gotcha game. Because she's just trying to find her way in the world. Like her and the Ebony K. Williams, they all try out the same thing to get down with the conservatives, but they just in the.
Why do you think she's a conservative? She ain't come across as conservative to me. What leads you to believe she's conservative?
Bro, check her out. Check her early days out, bro. Check her early days out on Fox News.
Oh, she used to work for Fox News.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know she used to work for Fox News. Okay.
She's a frequent guest on Fox News.
Oh, okay. All right. So she was one of those like, what she would it be fair that she's like a moderate Democrat?
No.
No, you think she's just a Republican? Period.
Yes.
Interesting. To me, most black Republicans I know don't speak out against racism. I don't know too many black Republicans that speak out against racism. I don't know too many Republicans. I don't know Republicans. Period. Huh?
That's why she calls herself an independent now.
Right. So maybe, so you don't think she's independent? So you don't think she's independent? Maybe she got, some conservative views, some liberal views.
I think she's an independent pundit. That makes sense. I think she's an independent pundit.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Well, I mean, that means she ain't on either side then. That would mean she ain't on either side, right? Yeah.
She's not on either side now, but I preference why. She just couldn't take the racism within the Republican Party.
Right. Well, it probably one of those situations where she might be a Christian, and a lot of Christians feel like the Republicans align more with the biblical morality, right? And it actually does. It does line more with biblical morality. That's what attracts a lot of black people over there. But when they get over there, they start to see like, okay, these people really don't like me like that. You know what I mean? Like this, that, third. So yeah, they start to feel uncomfortable about being at parties. So something like that could have happened. And then she turned around and said, okay, I'm just going to be independent because this is too much over here. But I can't go over here either because this goes against the Bible. So it's kind of like, that's when they stuck in the middle. Like I said, there's a lot of black people that's like that though. That's why I'm a third party guy, because I know it's a lane there. There's a lot of disgruntled black people that don't feel like they belong in either party. Like they feel lost, right? Like, and they can't really. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, they struggle, like they can't really navigate in this political system, right? Like, it's like, okay, I kind of like what the liberals are saying, but they be doing the most of all this other stuff. This goes against what I believe in and everything else. And they kind of lean more towards what I believe in. And then it's like, but they also racist as fuck, and I can't really fuck with them either because this, that, third, anything else. So they kind of struggle where they.
And that's where she found herself at.
Right.
She found herself at.
Right.
You're explaining exactly where she found herself at.
Yeah.
And listen, I'll be honest with you. I don't rock with the far left. But I just wish people stop painting the Democratic Party as the far left when the moderates really run the party and they really put forth the laws. Like, I really wish people understood that. The far left, like how they label the chick, what's her name, Presley, Ayanna. She's not a problem with, who happen to be women of color as well, as they would say. Right? So a lot of black Republicans get labeled with being far left, and when the far left come out with their policies that deal with the clans, that's because we have to understand politics is a clannish thing. Each level of each party has their separate clans and their separate entities that want to be at the forefront of the party through what they deem their clan needs to do, be, and say. And I can understand how people would look at the Democratic Party and say, well, this didn't happen, that didn't happen. But when we talk about legislation and we pull out legislation, there's a lot of legislation that benefit black people, that benefit black people on a local level, that benefit black people on a state level. Sometimes we get so caught up in the federal party that we don't think about the local elections or the hyper-local elections.
Yeah, well, local politics affects us more immediate. More immediate change is going to come from local. Yeah, that you get more immediate change with the local. The national.
We benefit more from local and hyper-local than we would ever benefit from a Joe Biden or from a federal elected Democratic or the Republican person. Because they're catering to corporations in entire states. They're not catering to the individual populace or the individual citizen.
Right. I said, like, I support local politics. That's why I tell people they need to get out and vote in the midterms and not just once every 4 years. But so yeah, that definitely matters. I agree with that.
I'ma always defend the Democrats. I'ma always defend modern Democrats. I don't run from that because you guys have a problem with the Democratic Party. Because what you guys have a problem with, I don't even deal with that. So it's no need for me to have a problem with some shit that I'm not even paying attention to. I don't care what the far left does. It has no bearing on me because I don't vote for them.
Yeah, but you voting with them though. Shouldn't you know who you voting with? That don't matter, like who you voting with.
I don't vote with them. How do I vote with them?
Well, y'all, if y'all all voted for Biden, y'all voted with each other, right? Like y'all might have voted for Biden for different reasons. Y'all might have voted for different reasons why y'all voted for Biden, but y'all still voting with each other.
I can say why I'm voting for Biden because I understand he's going to create legislation that local politicians can utilize to benefit my life.
Right, I got it. I'm not. Yeah. I got that. I'm saying like, but they had their reasons why they voted with you because all y'all voted with each other to get Biden, to get Trump out.
Their reason is based on their reason.
Right.
I'm not gonna not vote for him because they're voting for him as well. No, I'm not gonna do that because then I'm taking away what could be for me. I'm subjecting myself to not voting because I'm worried about what they're doing.
But everybody does that though. But everybody does that though. Often, like is it you vote? Like, don't you vote against a lot of what the Republicans are doing? Like the Republicans are pushing for certain policies that you don't agree with. I.e., you're not voting with them, right? Like So, right, but that's my we can roll with that. But I'm saying for whatever reason you're not voting with them because they're not pushing what you're about.
It's not necessarily what I'm about. I know what they're pushing will not benefit me.
Yeah, and that's the thing that people feel like it's things on the left that ain't going to benefit them that they're voting for.
But this is the thing. I understand, but I just articulated that I know for a fact in voting for Joe Biden, there will be legislation or things done that will benefit me on a local level. Because I understand what civics is and legislation. So when I see the what's the name act, right, where it's about the Transportation Act or the Infrastructure Act, I see the streets being fixed. I see guys that was sitting on the corner last year now working for the city because there's funds to hire them to go out and do this work. I see the county in the state hiring brothers that I seen not have a job last year to go out and do the cleanup and fix the roads and shit. I see it for myself.
I feel you.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like I can put the legislation to action. I can see where it's benefiting me, benefiting people around me. So guess what? Now the brother that was asking for a job last year and I ain't had no place for him. Now he like, yo, bro, man, I just got a crib, me and my girl just got a crib. I need you to come cut the grass. That benefits me. You know why? Because now he has a job.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I see where these things benefit me. I know what legislative processes were in play where this benefited me. I see where the federal money were given to Jersey, and then dished out to the local economies, and then dished out to the state and municipal counties that then had to hire people in order to get the job done with the legislation was created.
Yeah.
That's what I was speaking on.
What's your opinion about Cornel West?
I think that he's been gone. I think it's this money grab for him.
Yeah.
I think it's just all about the paper. I don't see no benefit in him running for president. Because he's as far elected to the far as you could possibly be. Like I don't want the government to take care of me. Like I said, listen, y'all, I could go sit down and go to the VA hospital every day and complain about this, and in a year or two have 100% disability if I wanted the government to take care of me.
Yeah.
But I choose to be out here because I feel better about who I am as a man and as a person, and I'm such an example to my community. Because listen, man, let me tell you, it's real, bro. Like people see me everywhere, and like when I'm working on Saturday, people like, damn, man, all you do is work, take a break, man, take your time off. You know what I'm saying? Like I get to be who I am. I don't gotta really follow the laws of everybody else because the city officials, cops, everyday people, they see me out here working hard. So they know that I put in that work.
Right.
So for me, I don't look to no government official to change my life, but I do understand that some of them make the environment that I'm in better, and it can help some people. It can help others within my environment that may not have the ability to be industrious as me, that may need that pull up, that may need that city job, that may need that county job. So for me, it's a bigger picture, man. I'm not voting with the far left in agreement with what they're talking about. We just happen to be in the same party where some things that we want in life align. But as far as their cultural, see, because the far left and the far right is about culture, bro. I don't want black culture immersed in the government. I want us to be responsible and be the gatekeepers of black culture, just like you and Renee are. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
They want their cultural ideas to be the norm of society. No, you ain't gotta respect me because I'm black, but if you step over the line, you're gonna have to deal with the consequences of it. They wanna push that, accept my sexuality. I do accept it, but I stay the fuck away from it.
Yeah. But you do see, like, you do understand they're the big problem over there, right? Like they're the big problem as far as like why people are turned off. It's them. It's them.
Bro, I totally understand, but I just need you guys to understand that they're not the party writ large. They're a portion of it, and not a very large portion of it. They may be the loudest portion of it, but they don't control shit. And if people just did the due diligence and the research and see the legislation, they don't control shit.
Yeah, I'm just letting you remember. I remember me telling you about the huge portion of black people that started to swing over to the right. I was like one of the outside of the frustration. Outside the frustration. Outside the frustration that black people have, like feeling like Democrats ain't doing anything exclusively for black people. The other main thing that this is religious based is the alphabet boys. The alphabet boys, like the religious people, getting to the point where they can't do it anymore.
I think that what happens is people paint the Democratic Party with a broad brush because they see certain segments of it that they disagree with. But I'm gonna be honest, and this is just my honest opinion. That same critique y'all give of the Democratic Party, I never hear that about the Republican Party. I never, ever hear.
I do.
I always get this thing of, well, we already know what they like, so what the fuck does that have to do with anything? So you don't critique them because you know what they like already?
Yeah, I critique them. I critique the hell out of them.
You You don't have hard-hitting shows on what DeSantis is trying to do. You don't have hard-hitting shows on the whole Republican field.
I did a show about DeSantis. I did a show about DeSantis.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the majority of people who push back about the Democratic Party and say that shit about fuck both parties, blah, blah, blah. All that shit to me is nonsense, man. You feel how you want. I'm not trying to change how you feel. But when you say that, put some shit to it. If it's really fuck both parties, and then you just start going in on the Democratic Party and don't say shit about the Republicans, that's going to lead me to think that you're a Republican on the low. That's all I'm saying. Because any critique, if you say fuck both parties, and then within that same breath, you highly critical of one side, and then give the other side this, not necessarily a pass, but this just, well, we already know what they are. What the fuck does that mean? Does that stop them from doing what they're doing? Because, you know, you're trying to stop the Democrats. You're trying to stop them. You're fuck Biden. Okay, so fuck Biden. Let's elect Trump. Let's elect DeSantis. And let's see what black people at in 5 years.
No, I definitely ain't saying that. I don't push the vote on either side. I don't think we should be voting either side. That's the problem of the government.
What we gonna get? Y'all say that. All right, bro. I'm gonna be quiet. I need you to explain to me. If we don't vote for the Democrats and the Republicans win, what do we get? What do black people get? What do we get if we say fuck both parties, fuck that shit, and we don't vote at all? What do we get?
Negotiate something to negotiate with. We get a power piece to negotiate with.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. What are they going to negotiate? What are they going to negotiate?
You telling me the Democrats won't bow down? You don't believe the Democrats will bow down if we pull out for an election?
No, I do not.
Why you don't believe that? Why don't you believe that?
I don't believe it because the battle that they're in with the Republicans, it's not about necessarily coming and catering to us or bowing to us, right? It's about how do we save the democracy that benefits us all.
No, that's not true. The Republicans are totally trying to protect whiteness. We gotta be clear about this. Like, right. Well, we're not doing this to try to get this the part. We're not doing this to try to gain any favors with the Republicans. I can give a fuck about what the Republicans are doing. This is trying to get the Democrats on check, right? Try to get their minds right because
problem with Democrats. Okay, I hear that, but what are Democrats depriving y'all of?
They're not doing anything exclusively for black people, is what I'm saying. The reason why I'm trying to answer for you, Arthur. The reason why is because, again, they don't have to. Now, like I think, like you're the second person who's wait, real quick. Let me explain. Like you're the second person this week who said that you don't think the Democrats would do anything if we pulled out. It is blowing my mind that y'all would think that. Like, historically, this is what happened when any group, when any certain voting bloc pulls away from one of these parties, because we can all agree these parties are built with a whole bunch of different voting blocks within the parties, right? Like it's not just one particular Democrat that's voting. Like you got the alphabet boys, the immigrants, us, and it's comprised of a whole bunch of different things. The Republicans, same way. You got different types of Republicans within the Republican Party, right? Like they all not just far right people, right? You got other people that's more moderate, you know what I mean? Like it's built in different blocks, right? Now, if historically, if one of these blocks have been felt shaded and pulled a support from the party, the very next election, if not 2 elections later, the other party that voting block left from, they usually go back pandering to them, right? As long as that voting block hasn't pledged their allegiance to the other party. If they just stay like independent, like in the middle, the other party will come back pandering to them and to try to get their votes or whatever. Because
I'm trying to understand. Okay, I hear y'all, but y'all saying y'all not getting nothing. Like, what are we talking talking about here, bro. Like, you get something when you create lobbying forces. You don't get something because you elect.
Yeah, I agree.
What are we talking? That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
That's what I'm
But
saying. Those people who get things. Hold on, let me finish real quick. You can have it, bro. Those people who get things from politicians and get things from parties, they have lobbying organizations that go and lobby for these things, which means that go and advocate for these things.
isn't that what the black
community?
Isn't that what the Black Caucus supposed to be?
No, the Black Caucus is not there to advocate. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what people don't.
The Black Caucus isn't supposed to be there to advocate for people.
No, they're not. That's not what they're there for. The Black Caucus is the Black Caucus is made up of African Americans so that they can coalesce, right? Coalesce and make sure any agenda that's brought forth that deals with blackness or deals with people of color, or deals with urban things is not pushed to the back.
That's what I meant.
To know that, hey,
yeah, that's what I meant. They advocate for us.
Right, but that's on a federal level, right? That's on a federal level, right? So so their thing is when legislation hits the table, right? When somebody come up with a bill, or one of them comes up with legislation and it hits the table, they're the crew that say, okay, all of us is behind it. Like,
right. They're the ones that's supposed to push us. They're the ones that's supposed to push us out in the front to make sure. They're the ones that's supposed to push it. What do you say?
Tim Scott is a part of the Black Caucus.
That's a problem. That's a problem. See, and that's a problem on itself. That's a problem on itself, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
it's more of a performative group than it is.
And you helped improve my point. That's what I mean. We got things in place. That's kind of a dog and pony show. That's really not there for us. Bro,
I get what y'all are saying, but what I'm saying to you is this: the entities that get shit done or get legislation for them are entities that have lobbying groups that don't just utilize the government officials. They use information. They use advocacy out here. They
Money.
make sure that there's eyes are dotted, there's T's across, and then they take that legislation to the people, and then they give them money. They put their money behind
there we go.
Us as an organization, this is what we're doing, this is what we're trying to get done, and this is what we're advocating for.
Right.
This is what we're lobbying for.
I'm not going to push back against the lobbyists. We totally need that as well. But in the process, we also need to let these people know that in order to get our support, this is what's going to happen. Because when we're going to need lobbyists, and we also need to have them that not be comfortable. They too comfortable, bro. They just way too comfortable with us. And that's a problem. They more comfortable with us than any other. All the parties put together is comfortable with any one of these voting blocks. Nobody's more comfortable than the Democrats is with black people. They know we're not going nowhere, and they know they don't have to do anything to get our vote whatsoever. They ain't got to work hard or nothing. Just visit a couple of churches, wear some shades, say you listen to Snoop Dogg or something, and boom, everybody's happy.
The only person y'all talking about is the president, because the white.
No, it's governors too.
We don't even vote for him. All right. In the black community, name the politicians that black people vote for. Black people only come out for fucking presidential elections.
I spoke on that. Yeah, I spoke on that already. Yeah. We gotta come out of midterms too.
So the people that y'all talk about is only the president. There is nobody else. We don't have most of the fucking black politicians in the fucking Democratic Party come from black environment.
Yeah, but they.
So the black people are prepared. The black people that were newly elected are really trying to get shit done. But we never, like, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, man.
You kind of again, you prove we just got finished saying lobbyists are the most important thing. I agree with you. To me, lobbyists are the most important thing. I'm not sold on none of these black politicians. I don't care what party they on. They all a part of a machine to me. None of them can't. They hindered. They can't do but so much. They're gonna have to tote party lines, both sides. They got to tote party lines. So that's why, to me, because look at the Asians. The Asians don't got a long string of politicians in place, but they get things done through lobbyists. Same thing with the fruit. Same thing with the fruitcakes. They don't have a large string of politicians in place too. Not at least not openly gay politicians, I should say. They ain't got a large group of openly gay politicians.
They have lobbying entities that.
That's what I'm saying. Right. That's what I'm saying, and that's my point. That's why.
All we have is people in the chat talking shit to me.
Oh, I'm not talking about the chat. I'm not talking about the chat. I'm talking about.
I'm talking about in general, because 90% of the people that have a problem with the party is motherfuckers like the motherfuckers in the chat that's talking crazy about me when I'm speaking the fucking truth. If we don't have lobbyists who go in and lobby for us or advocate for what we want, we will not get what we're looking for.
I agree with you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you on that. But that's why I'm saying I don't agree with. We need to get more politicians in place. We need to get more. We've been getting politicians in place since 1870. We've had black politicians since 1870. It's not working. We gotta try something different. What we don't have is real lobbyists in place to get things done. So that's why I said that was the point I was trying to make. I agree with you, but I don't agree about we need more black politicians and everything else, because all of them compromise, bro.
I didn't say anything about we needed more black politicians, bro.
Yeah.
I don't advocate for that.
Yeah, they all compromise. I don't agree with none of them.
More black politicians.
Yeah.
I'm advocating for us understanding how lobbyists and having organizations that advocate for the things that we want is a way more valuable and way more optimal option than just depending on Republicans and Democrats or depending on politicians. Because at the end of the day, K Street exists for a reason. The reason why K Street is there is because the people who want things done. Think about this, man. The motherfucker who owned Kingsford Charcoal rallied up enough motherfucking money and enough mustard to change fucking daylight saving time so he can make more money. They changed it back because the repercussions and the other shit that took place and shit, the people not being out, just weirdo shit that they didn't think about scientifically, right? Physiology and shit like that they didn't think about humans would go through if you do some shit like that. Think about that. All he did was order the lay in the pockets of the white motherfuckers, and he got them to change our time so that his company can sell more charcoal so we can barbecue more. And we on here talking about Biden and all that shit. You think that's what he was talking about? No. He said, I'm going to get me a lobbying voice. I'm going to get me some money. I'm going to get my stockholders and everybody else to rally behind this cause. And he got daylight saving time changed. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you about that. Yeah, lobbyists is what gets things done. And yes, we need to focus more on that and less on trying to groom politicians who just going to eventually get elected and become a part of the party's machine. And then we're going to be complaining about them in 10 or 15 years. Like we got to stop. Like we keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. We got to do something different. We got to do different strategies. And
we need a lobbying voice. We need an advocacy. Every time I come up here and we go through something, I always think in moments like this, we need somebody that can articulate our pain and articulate our journey very well. And we don't have that. You know what the difference between us and everybody else? They got CPAC, D.A.B.A.T.E, all this shit, Iowa caucuses, all this shit. That's why Republicans get what the fuck they want. That's why they can propagandize the shit, make it seem like they doing all this great shit and all this good shit for black people, because they get lawyers, they get lobbyists and publicists to go out there and articulate some shit that ain't really happening. And say the name of Republicans and the common man. What's the bullshit? What's the bullshit?
Yeah.
So my thing is, I understand what people are saying, but when we talk about the parties, let's really break it down and have a conversation about what each party really does and how each party functions, what triggers them, what promote, what have them create certain legislation. We do understand that different politicians get together to create legislation. It's not the president. The president doesn't come in with an agenda. He doesn't. What happens is he aligns with politicians from both parties. They come up with legislation. Then they find others who agree with the legislation, and then they vote on it by a bipartisan measure, and then the president signs it.
The president does make an agenda before. The president does make an agenda before every election. They do make agendas.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Understand what civics really is. Understand how it functions. Understand how it works. Yes, it's not a perfect get in and benefit instead of just poo-pooing and saying, fuck them. That's not the shit. That's not it. That's what those who don't want you to know what's really going on, that's what they want you to think. So, bro, I ain't gonna hold you up. I know other people want to call in and rebut what I was saying and put forth their bias and their agenda, whatever. But I'm speaking strictly on democracy, civics, and how legislation is really created. I ain't speaking on all that other shit. I don't give a fuck about culture wars and all that shit. But it ain't my thing. That ain't my twist. And it seems like that's what people's twists are. So thank you, bro, for having a conversation with me, man. I appreciate you, man, and I'm going to get back to the class.
No doubt, Arthur. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, my brother. Peace.
All right. Shout out to Arthur. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I agree that we need lobbyists. I say that all the time. That's way more important than politicians, right? That's why I don't get caught up in the whole partisan arguments and all this other shit and everything else, because I believe we need to go, me personally, I believe we should be independent of either one of these parties, get a think tank together, formulate a nice solid agenda, right? Everybody lay their cards on the table and we put our heads together and try to formulate a solid agenda. Afterwards, we reserve our right to vote for either party until somebody comes in and pretty much is willing to take us up on what our agenda is all about. Now, we know that the white wing ain't going to do it. The white wing ain't going to do it. We know this already. This is about getting the Democrats some act right. They need some act right. People, this is the problem. The problem is a lot of people get so wrapped up in this partisan stuff. This team politics. They like I said it before. I say it again. Politics. Well, except for the Trump crowd, right? Like most people that's into politics are like football fans, right? They zealots, right? They zealots for their team, right? Like it don't matter what player is under that uniform is irrelevant because they're going to cheer still for that team because they're cheering for the uniform, right? It's all about the uniform, right? They're going to cheer for that uniform regardless of the player under that motherfucking helmet. Because ultimately, football fans cheer for the uniforms, not the players, right? Except for Trump motherfuckers, right? These trumpets, right? The Trump crowd, a little bit different, right? Them motherfuckers are NBA fans, right? The Trump crowd is totally NBA fans, right? Them motherfuckers are cheering for the player. They're not cheering for the uniform. They give a fuck about the uniform, right? So if Trump all of a sudden decides, I'm not going to run under this Republican bid, I'm going to run under my own independent MAGA party or whatever the fuck the case may be, all those fucking Trumpets are going to follow his ass over to his fucking new team, right? Because them motherfuckers is they fans and shit, right? Like they NBA fans, right? Like they cheering for players. They didn't give a fuck about the team. A lot of these motherfuckers ain't even really Republicans like that. These motherfuckers just Trump fans, right? A lot of these motherfuckers just Trump fans and shit. They like, they ain't even really Republicans like that, to be honest with you. Like, they cheering for a team, right? They like, I'm gonna get this team off, they cheering for the player. Fuck the team. That's what I meant to say. Football fans, though, they cheering for the team. They cheering for the team, and that's how most politicians fans. That's how most people that love politics are. They playing team politics. Most people, except like I said, except for the MAGA people. The MAGA people who playing NBA politics. Everybody else playing NFL politics, right? I'm on the sidelines like, man, fuck sports. I used to be a football fan, but the motherfuckers changed the rules around. You can't tackle nobody no more. You know what I mean? This, that, third. I don't even watch that shit no more. They gotta change the rules back. You know what I mean? If they want me to watch football again, they gonna have to change the rules back to motherfucking headhunting be illegal again. I want clotheslines legal again. They gonna have to get this shit grimy again, man. They gotta get back to the 80s, or I ain't watching that shit no more. That gotta be our mentality. That's the mentality we need to have. We can't be super fans and shit. Like we start being super fans of these teams, and that become a problem. We can't be super fans of teams. We gotta, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. Call in, family. Call in. Call in. That's real shit, though. That's real shit. They cheering for that team, dog. They cheering for that team. Fuck who won that helmet, motherfucker. That's my team, nigga. That's my team. I cheer for that uniform. Word, no pads. Give me no pads. I want it. I'll start watching again if y'all change the rules back around because it's too pussified now. Y'all too pussified. Y'all that shit soft as hell now. I need y'all to muddy that shit up a little bit more. I need to get a little bit more grimy like back in the day. They start popping off. Oh my, no, damn. I done triggered Dina in that damn chat. I triggered Dina. Yeah, football's the devil, just like politics. Yep, till they change the rules. We can change the rules, though, family. We can force these rule changes, right? We can totally force these rule changes if we stop watching, right? If we take a year or two off from watching football, and then we watch the ratings drop, they're going to see the ratings drop too. And they're going to figure out how do we get those motherfuckers to start watching again. So they're going to have to start pandering. All right, man, all right. Y'all can headhunt a little bit, right? Y'all can headhunt a little. You can headhunt if you come in from the front. You're allowed to headhunt. But if you're coming from the back, it's still a penalty. You can't headhunt a motherfucker from behind. That's not fair. But if you're coming from the front, you can totally go for the headshot, right? Like they'll start doing little slick shit like that or whatever, you know. They'll start bending it and twisting it a little bit to favor, you know, going back to the 80s just to get those fans to come back and start watching. That's what happened. Trust me, family, I know what I'm talking about. Peace, Black Power. Who's this where you call from?
Yeah.
Back to love. What's good? How you?
Hey, what's up, Psycho? How you doing, my brother?
I can't call it. What's the word?
Oh, man, thank you for putting out the information. You know, having a diversified show as usual, talking about politics. I mean, obviously, we've had some different topics over the last couple weeks, but I'm glad you broached this subject. I just can't stand to watch that dude talking, man. He sound like a typewriter. I had to watch the show on mute. I didn't even want to hear what he had to say, man. I can't take it, man. But I do see it, what people were saying in the chat. I mean, he's a broken record. You know what it is. This is what he does. And, you know, they're trying to debunk it, going back and forth to people who are in his corner. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be with him and stand with him regardless. You know what I'm saying? And he's proud to be used. He's proud to be the man that he is. And, you know, going back and forth. But like I said, debunking the talking points is one thing. They've been debunked repeatedly, but obviously he has a very voracious group of people who will, just like Candace Owens, anything and everything they say, they're just going to pounce on it. Yeah, you're right. We need more people like you. You get it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
As far as what you were saying with politics, I agree with you wholeheartedly. You know, just to be honest, if you was a man, you know, in your younger days, you had a woman that you didn't have to do anything for, didn't have to take her out, didn't have to spend any money, do anything, and you got all the benefits from her without having to do anything. That's the same thing that politicians do with our vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
We vote for them unequivocally and get nothing in return, right? So if you're sitting there saying we're the backbone of the party and we're this and we're that, and you get to vote for nothing, if we withdraw said vote, then y'all aren't going to be winning many elections.
Right.
Now, I know that on the federal end, you can talk about, because people love when they talk about, you know, with Hillary and all these other things, she won the popular vote.
Yeah. Yep.
So when people say, oh, people weren't ready to elect a female for the president, no, she won the popular vote, but due to the way this process works, electoral college, she didn't win.
Right.
That's just the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
So we can talk about local politics. If you're voting for,
if I'm not mistaken, didn't Trump win the popular vote too? He won the popular vote against Biden, and he didn't.
He didn't.
Oh, okay. I thought he won the popular vote. Okay.
I think he lost that by like 3 million. No, he didn't win it.
Okay.
He
I couldn't remember.
Also,
Okay.
I heard something you were saying earlier, and yes, Biden did say if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
It was me, wasn't it? Okay, I thought it was me. All right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think obviously politics is a funny game, right? Okay, when you see a bill or something like that, it can have 50 different pieces in it. It might be one particular thing in there that may benefit you, but the other 49 may be something that may go against you as well. There's a quid pro quo, there's a give and a take in that whole scenario and situation. And also, if you're voting for an elected official in your state who's going to be representing you, when they go to Washington, are they voting along party lines or are they voting what's best for their constituency?
Right.
That's the question you have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I remember when Obama was a senator and they had the whole thing about the Iraq war or whatever. Or, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He voted against it.
Right.
A lot of people after the fact was like, oh, I was against it, but your record shows you voted for it.
Mm-hmm.
Unequivocally. So he can stand around and say, yo, I voted against it off the rip. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't think black people are anti-politics or anything like that. The reality is, if it's like being all up from the college and without no direction. If we're voting for you and you're just making quote-unquote promises, you sound like a dude on prom night who tell a girl, yeah, I'm going to respect you in the morning. You know, once I get what I want. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not anti-voting or anti-politics or anything like that, but if we're just voting for somebody and getting absolutely nothing in return, and it only seems to be a thing when it comes to black people because a lot of Hispanic voters, they vote Republican based on their own rationale and reason, either because they're Catholic or they don't agree with some of this far leftist stuff, or based on the country that they come from. They may have came from a communist country and they don't want to go back to that. So they will vote against their own interests and vote for Republican. You saw that in Florida.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They voted for DeSantis. DeSantis like, ain't none of y'all illegals going to be working at any damn places.
Mm-hmm.
And then they looking at black people to come and quote unquote help them and help. We didn't know. Yeah, you knew. You just didn't care. And more Hispanic voters are going to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
They got that's a whole different situation as well. Yeah, they got that same scenario. Yep.
Exactly, because it's always put upon black people. I'm not old Bricks, he's very fond. You know, all these black people voted for Bernie Sanders, and that's why such and such lost.
That's bull. That's cat. That's cat.
We know RBRs with that.
Yeah, he's really.
So you're gonna blame black people no matter what.
Yeah, because they got this bullshit premise that, and it's a leftist talking point. If you don't vote Democrat, that's a vote for the Republicans. Like that's bullshit. Obviously, y'all don't know how the voting process goes. People get elected based on how many votes you get, not by how many votes you do not get. Right? They don't do it by subtraction. Right? Like so at the end of the day, if Biden has 299 votes, if Biden has 299 votes and Trump has 3,000. Excuse me, I said that backwards. Trump got Biden got 3,000, and Trump got 299. And I say I'm not voting for Biden, and I vote independent. Biden wins. That's not a vote for Trump. If it was a vote for Trump, the shit would have ended up tied, and they would have had to do a recount. But I didn't vote for Trump. I voted independent. So how is that a vote for Trump? It's not.
And like I said, if we are a community of a certain size of population, not everybody within our numbers are able to vote, either due to age or other things that may have happened. So to put the onus on all this on black people, and obviously depends on what state you're in. I could have voted 10,000 times in my state. It wasn't going to help Biden at all. He wasn't going to win Texas. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm not against voting. If we're voting on a bond issue, a school bond issue, something about the roads, that's something tangible. We can sit here and say, okay, yay or nay, that will affect this. But when you're putting your faith in people, and you see once they get in that C-suite, because a lot of times I think, Congress people every 2 years they up for election, senators every 6. So essentially, if you're a congressperson, as soon as you're elected, you're already up for your re-election. You're starting on that already. What work are you getting done?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I believe there should be caps on this stuff. You shouldn't be able to be a lifetime politician. You know what I'm saying? I think, okay, this many years after that, you got to bounce. I think there also should be a vote of no confidence. If you're not doing your job, you don't get through your whole term. You got to bounce immediately. Right. I know in California, they've had recalls a couple of times. Because like I said, politicians going to say whatever. Whether they come talking about they got hot sauce in their pocket, they wearing pearls and chucks, or talking about how shouting out Five Dog, even though Five Dog been dead for years now. You know what I'm saying? The fact that even when they had, I think the one politician had like Juvenile performing, they bring in the black. I'm like, y'all don't feel insulted by that? Ain't nobody talking no policy, anything. Ain't nobody saying anything regarding that. Here, he's singing back that ass up. Vote for me. Oh, I like chicken. I like hot sauce. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you know, like I said, it's not even about voting for someone. It's more so voting against someone. People didn't vote for Biden. They were voting against Trump. That's what it was. And like Biden was pretty much, all he had to do was not mess it up. You know what I'm saying? It was basically, Biden was Barry Switzer with the Cowboys. You got a ready-made thing, just don't mess it up. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm like, really sit down, study, look at this. I know, like you said, just don't look at federal elections, obviously, in your own little area, your own little enclave. Do what's best for you there. But I do agree with you. Withholding something from someone is a far better thing than just giving it away for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a Juneteenth holiday. Black people been celebrating Juneteenth. Are you off on Juneteenth?
Oh, me? No.
Yeah, I still work, so pretty much other people get the day off. I work on Juneteenth, unless I just take the day off. You see what I'm saying? Busy with the symbolism.
That's like a federal. It's like a federal holiday, isn't it? Like for federal jobs or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, but it's not like everybody off.
Yeah.
You got a government job, federal job, or whatever. 9 times out of 10, you work unless it falls on a weekend.
Like I said, he just gave himself extra day off. That's all that shit was.
Exactly. And then this idea of black people not voting is not a new thing. People have been saying that's wrong.
People been saying that for as long as I can remember. Ever since I was a kid, motherfuckers were talking that I don't vote shit, fuck politics and all this other shit and everything else. That was always a thing in the community. Like, that ain't nothing new.
Because like I said, the lesser of two evils are still evil. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And because the voting just for the sake of, or because everybody's favorite thing, my ancestors died for the right. Now my ancestors died for having to give you the choice to vote.
Right. The ancestors didn't die for the right to vote either. But we already had the right to vote since 1870. I wish people would stop saying that. We already had the right. People somehow or another think we ain't get the right to vote to the 60s. Like some people really believe that. Like with the Voters' Right Act was for the right to vote. No, the Voters' Right Act was the right to protect our vote. They're voting for the rights to protect our vote. Our vote wasn't protected, but we did have the right to vote since 1870. What are y'all talking about?
And if you look at, we were to take the approach like, okay, you need to continue voting and not withhold your vote.
Right.
Like what they did in Montgomery with the bus boycotts. So essentially, just keep giving them money and being treated like a second-class citizen as opposed to say, you know what, I'm just not going to ride this bus at all. You see what I'm saying? That was more effective than saying, okay, I'm just going to continue to ride the bus and hope that y'all find some kindness within your heart and start treating us better. So obviously, on a federal level, Republicans can win a presidential election without getting the popular vote. But in all other elections, it requires, you see what I'm saying? I know me and Aries Queen was going back and forth about, you remember the movie The Distinguished Gentleman with Eddie Murphy?
Yeah. That movie is pretty accurate to how bullshit politics is.
Exactly. Just vote for Jeff Johnson. Because all they knew was the name Jeff Johnson.
Yep.
I remember I saw a white dude, this was actually pretty smart, I had to give him credit, he lived in Washington State. And what he did was he legally changed his name to absolutely nobody. So when people looked on the ballot, you had this politician, and you saw a dude named absolutely nobody. So if you vote absolutely nobody, you was voting for him. You see what I'm saying? So it's a slick move. I just think that black people are politically astute. Does anyone in this country know everything about civics and voting and bills and laws and all that? No, most people don't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why one reason they have the electoral college, because if it came down to us having a popular vote, Justin Bieber, if he was a Canadian, could probably be voted president. You see what I'm saying? Because people, it would be just basically become a popularity contest. How Arnold Schwarzenegger became the governor of California. Name recognition. So it is real, and I do think that yes, we do have to move as a unit. If you're going to have people who are going to vote their own interests, like I said, some people are gun advocates, which I have no problem with. Some people, other things, maybe like I know we had this whole thing with the whole abortion thing. For some people, that resonates with them. So that would be their core issue, or some people are extremely religious. That might be something that will prevent them from voting for a candidate. It may not be the candidate, it may not be the party, it may just be one particular thing that person is in favor for or against that will prevent you from voting for them. You see what I'm saying? So,
yep.
You know, I'm like, I don't know, because I mean, in this thing now, I don't even know who the quote-unquote front runner is. You know, obviously Biden is the incumbent, but obviously there's many factors going against him. Above all else, he's an octogenarian, he's old as hell. But in the Republican, I don't know who the person is that will go up against him.
It's going to be Trump. The Republicans will be like, if they don't give Trump that's suicide. That's political suicide. They don't get the Trump, because he's the only one that even got a small shot in hell at beating Biden.
Yeah.
I think Biden will beat anybody else. The only person that could win is Trump, and they know this, and plus they don't want, and they also know that Trump is going to run for president, whether the Republicans back him or not. He's going to run for president. So if they decide to not give him the bid, he's just going to run independent, take his fanboys, his fucking zealots with him, his whole coat. He's going to take him with him. He's going to split the vote, and Biden's still going to win. So he's going to end up fucking over the Republican Party if they do that. So they're terrified that that's going to happen. So yeah, so they kind of he got him by the nuts.
He basically demoing him.
Right.
Yeah, because one thing he brought up that is so very true was the fact that even with all the stuff, had he handled the whole COVID thing better, he would have been reelected.
Oh yeah, I believe that. I believe that.
That election was close.
Yeah, closer than people remember. Yeah.
Closer than what people, it came down to just like Georgia. Because normally every now, like when Bush, I guess you could say quote unquote won, it came down to Florida, and there was a whole bunch of shenanigans with that. Or it may come down to Ohio.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or it may just be one particular state, and even Biden was dead in the water until Jim Clyburn, whatever, in South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? So it isn't that voting doesn't matter. They are mapping this out, and also with the whole Larry Elder thing, when I saw how he's doing it, I guess he's running independent, reminded me what Lee Atwater did down in South Carolina, where he was trying to get at this one politician, so he knew he could just out now have his politicians say this dirty stuff about him, so he got another guy, paid him to run as an independent. He could say all the things that Lee Atwater wanted to say about the
smear
guy,
him.
calling him un-American, that he didn't believe in.
That's why I said all this stuff is. That's why I think Larry Elder's propped up to do just throw. Yeah, exactly.
Same exact thing, to be a monkey wrench in there and just be the mouthpiece to say the things that, you know, because I mean,
he knows Republicans ain't going to vote. Like, he's not going to split the Republican vote or nothing, but he can be the mouthpiece though. But he can't be the mouthpiece. He can run. He can get on all these black platforms and talk all his little dumb shit and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, that's politics is a dirty game. But like I said, if y'all haven't, I would suggest you check out a documentary on a dude named Lee Atwater. He's the one who came up with the Southern strategy.
I saw it.
He would do and say anything.
Yeah.
In order.
He started all that stuff. He started all this stuff. Yeah.
Like he was the one who said, okay, you know, back in the 50s we could call them N-words, but now we use that's why they started using coded language.
Urban. That's when urban became a dirty word. Yeah.
Welfare.
Welfare queens. Welfare queens.
Welfare queen came from him.
Yep.
Even though a lot of people, if you do your history, the welfare queen and their references was a white woman. But people don't want to talk about that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He did Dukak is dirty too on that Willie Horton thing too, boy. So if you get a chance, it's a real dope documentary on a horrible ass person, but you'll learn a lot from it if you want to check it out.
You'll learn a lot about how politics work behind the scenes and how a lot of these politicians are creations. A lot of them are creations. Yeah.
And also, you we often talk about, two wings on the same bird. I need y'all to really look and pay attention to people who are quote unquote allegedly adversarial and have people forget Kamala Harris was going hard on Biden, basically insinuating he was a racist, which he is. Then she ends up becoming his running mate. You can find ample pictures of the Clintons and Trump and all this, that, and the third. When they done on them stage, they go in the back room, drink a little drink, smoke a cigar, and they the best of friends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I get so annoyed that people get caught up in this partisan nonsense. It's like these motherfuckers really ain't like these politicians really don't hate each other like you think they do. They really don't.
It's so apropos because when you think about it, we think you got the Democrats, Republican, red and the blue. They just government blows.
It's just business. It's business, man. It's business. That's all it is for them. It's just business. Like it's kind of like people might think. It's like when people used to think like certain players hate each other because the teams had a rivalry and shit like that. Man, these players get together after the game's over, all go out and dinner and shit like that and everything else, hang out during the Pro Bowl. Shit, this, that, third. Like they don't hate each other like that. This, that, third. The fans hate each other. The fans hate each other, right? Like the Cowboy and Washington fans hate each other. The team, the players don't hate the other players though. That's a fan shit, right? That's the fans arguing amongst each other. That's what keeps the rivalry going. The fans, not the players.
Yeah, what I think is, like I said, it's in immortal words of Nino Brown. It's always business, never personal.
Right.
It's kind of like if you think about the commissioner of a sport, right? You look at Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell doesn't work for he don't work for the teams. He works for the owners. What he does is in the best interest of the owners, not the players. So he takes all the darts and arrows of everything wrong in the league so the owners don't have to. Now, he gets paid a handsome salary to do so, but that's the reality of the owner. It's not what's in the best interest of the NFL as a league. It's just what's in the best interest of the team owners. He is their employee. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like what Don King did back in the day where he was the promoter of the fighters, but his son was the manager of the fighter. So basically, he's doing contracts with himself. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about the fighter. He's like playing both sides against the middle.
Right.
So that's how it works. That's what it is. Obviously, you can't really hold a federal. You could call a federal politician, or you could send them letters, or maybe they may have an office in your particular locale. But generally, when they're voted in, unless they just do something absolutely egregious, they're going to be in. I saw this one person, he was on Capitol Hill, and he was like starting to spout off all these things. There's been 58 people who got warrants, so these people got these charges and drunk driving charges, and they're thinking he's talking about something. They'd be like, no, these are all people who are in this hall right now. These are politicians who have these charges against them, who've done this dirt. You know what I'm saying? So it's a dirty game. They're people, which means they're infallible, they can be bought, they can be paid for. You know what lobbyists does. All they do is just grease you with money. Here, we're going to take you out here to Augusta National so we can discuss this. So we're going to take you to this 5-star resort. So they just grease in their pockets to get whatever. We see this, whether it's a white politician, black politician. You see Kwame Kilpatrick, Ray Nagin, you know what I'm saying? Either they get caught up or they getting bribed, or you know what I'm saying? Both of them went to jail. So the black face ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? We don't expect anybody out here to be like they damn Malcolm within the confines of your word. If you said you're going to do something, I want you to advocate and fight for it. You see what I'm saying? Don't make all these promises, and then when you get there, because that was a mistake with Obama. I'm going to do this. Oh, well, he couldn't, and he couldn't, and he couldn't. It was funny because when Trump was elected within 30 days, that's what it would sound like.
Man, he did, man. His Trump first 80 days, he did more than Obama did in 8 years for black people. He did more for white people in 80 days. He did more for white people in 80 days than Obama did in 8 years for black people. It was insane. It was insane. And then they'll talk. And then they always talk about, well, but you gotta understand, Obama can't do nothing exclusively just for black people. The Democrats can't do anything exclusively for black people. Biden can't do everything exclusively for black. While I'm sitting up here watching DeSantis and all these other motherfuckers, Clarence Thomas, all these doing shit exclusively against black people. Well, not so much the affirmative action, but that shit DeSantis is doing is exclusively against black people, exclusively.
And even with that, with the whole, obviously I'm not no Clarence Thomas. and whatever, but it's like they made it seem like he was the one who overturned Roe v. Wade. There were other people who voted for it, but everybody focusing on him. You know
they made him the face of the affirmative action shit too. Even though he did, that's because he advocated for it for so many years. But still, even if Clarence Thomas did vote against it, they still would have lost the affirmative action shit because the vote was exactly
because there was more than one people,
right?
More than one person.
It was 6-3. It was 6-3, I believe.
She abstained from voting.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying?
It was 6-3. So even if Clarence Thomas did vote, they still would have lost 5-4. So
exactly, and even if you look at it, you look what's happening in Jackson, Mississippi, where you got duly elected judges who they're trying to circumvent, and they put their own judges to take over the court case. You see what I'm saying? Even those people who are duly elected. You know, you had those two politicians in Tennessee who they basically removed them from the House because they didn't agree with what they had to say. Now they got reinstated. So, you know what I'm saying? Politics is a dirty game, and you can put I'm not putting my faith in these people. People gonna be people no matter what position that they have, and they self-interested. And as I said, are they voting what's in the best interest of the district that they're from, who they're representing? Or are they voting solely along party lines?
Right.
You know, you gotta really look at that, and people gotta make informed decisions. I do believe that in the grand scheme of things, withholding your vote is a huge win, especially if you got one group who, like I said, not talking about federal elections, but in terms of president, but other elections where our vote really matters, and if they don't get it, they don't win. That becomes a bartering chip. That's a bargaining tool.
Right.
I can produce X amount of votes in return for this.
Right. That's how this works.
Because if you just giving it away for nothing, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's devalued. That all we do is we come around once every so often. We'll come in the church, sing, lift every voice and sing, do the wobble with Roland Martin, and all's good in the world. No, absolutely not. So once again, I thank you for this broadcast and really getting that information out there. I mean, Larry Elder just like, ooh.
Yeah, he's super cool.
Oh yeah, oh man, like I said, he's just the opposite of Michael Eric Dyson. They're similar, they're just on different sides of the spectrum, but they're pretty much the same dude. You know what I'm saying? So, but and this last day, everybody, man, I know Dina gonna be mad at me. Don't forget, man, it's coming up. If y'all haven't got on the cycle about this fantasy football, get on your thing, man. Get on your JOBB. Don't be waiting to the last minute.
Yeah, don't wait till last minute. Please don't wait till last minute, because I already know what's going to happen that Monday on the 4th. Like 8 people going to hit me up like, yo, I want in. Like, God damn, I'm about to shut this shit down.
So yeah, like, hey, I understand. So I know what's the deadline date? Monday like noon on that on the 4th. Monday by noon, Monday on the 4th. I'll get to noon. By that time, I gotta lock it down because. And that's no Eastern time.
Yeah.
So trying to say it's noon Pacific or Mountain or no.
Yeah.
It's noon Eastern. So what I suggest you do is don't wait till the 4th.
Do
it prior. That way you ain't gotta worry about it. And if you do it on the 4th, the price goes up. $40. $40 to join. And the 20 of it, the extra 20 will go to me. All y'all be late. Like the black tax. It's gonna go to something very well suited, something very good. Your money will be very well invested.
Yeah, they got a little bit over 2 weeks, so yeah.
Now y'all got 1 week, not 2. 1 week. 1 week. Because I know how this goes, man. I've had to deal with people and say, okay, we gonna do this. Everybody have you, okay. Wait till the last minute and your feelings get hurt. So it is what it is, bro. But like I said, thank you once again for really getting this out there. You know, the most diversified YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? He talking about people getting hit with chairs 1 week. Talking about hip hop the next week. Where you gonna get this type of entertainment from? You know what I'm saying?
I know that.
Talking to abos, talking to flat earthers, all types of stuff. So what I need y'all to do, I need y'all to reach down to your cell phones. He ain't gonna say it, I'm gonna say it for him. We need some cash apps. You know what I'm saying? This is a powerful bill in the immortal words of Sonetta. You know, this is entertainment. My man is giving you hours upon hours of entertainment more than one time a week. It ain't cost you anything. All he asked for is a light. You know what I'm saying? What we need is how many lights that he got up on that screen. That's how many dollars he need to get from Cash App. So all y'all, get in them pockets. Dig deep.
You already.
Break my man off with some cash apps, man. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of work, a lot of time that he put in. You know what I'm saying? 10-hour stream, 8-hour stream. Just the fact he got to deal with RBR. Y'all need to give him half the pay just for that. Because Psycho, I know he ain't a religious or a Bible dude. He got the patience of Job because I don't know how he does it. You know what I'm saying? Renee be running like the cops coming when RBR show up. We ain't seen Renee till the last time she talked to RBR. You see what I'm saying?
RBR, she ain't got time for that motherfucker. She ain't got no time for him at all.
Yes, sir. She rather talk to the angry whisperer than RBR, and that's saying something. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know, angry whisperer, he's something else, boy. So, but it's all good, my brother. Sincerely, thank you for taking the call.
All right.
And everybody, y'all have a good one. Enjoy yourself. And I'll let y'all later, man.
You already know. Appreciate the call, Back to Love. Shout out to Back to Love. Appreciate the call. You know what I mean? Let's see. Phone lines open, family. Phone lines open. Call in. Call in. You want to sound off? Now's the time. Now's the time. Let me know what's hood. Let me know what's on your mind. We talking politics today. You know what I mean? Figured I'd get my, you know what I mean? Trying to get back in the swing in my political thing. You know, again, election year. You know what I mean? Time to start hyper-focusing on this. I had a lot of distractions over the summer. You know, hip-hop anniversaries. You know, folding chairs. You know, flat earthers, abos, you know, a little bit of some gender nonsense sprinkled in here and there. You know, motherfuckers been keeping me busy lately, right? I've been covering all bases. Like, people been keeping me very busy, right? Like, motherfucker, hey, fuck this. I go in and talk politics, but like, fuck this politics shit, man. Let's talk about motherfucking. Let's talk about this your issues with motherfucking mulattoes. Like, oh fuck. Start talking about that, but man, fuck all that mulatto shit, man. It's only one race, the human race. Let's talk about that issue you got with motherfucking abos. You know what I mean? Oh fuck. Start cooking those fucking engines. Motherfucker come in, man. Fuck all that engine shit you talking, dog. You believe in that white man science, man. Like, why you believe in NASA? NASA lied to us, man. We ain't living on no damn spirit. Show me the curvature in the fucking water. You know what I mean? Like, oh, fuck. Start cooking on that shit. Mother come in like, man, yo, Psycho, man, what the fuck going on, man? When you gonna get up off that Democratic plantation and vote for Trump? Trump was the best thing that ever happened to black people. Like, oh, fuck, here we go. God damn. Yo, Psycho, man. You ain't get that motherfucker enough pushback on Trump, man. Did you try to say Trump was better than Biden? Biden was supposed to win that election. What's wrong with you? You ain't vote for him. You wasn't black. Like, oh, fuck. Here we go. God damn. Yeah, motherfucker, like, man, fuck all that shit y'all talking, man. Talking all that left shit, man. Talking about that, all those fruitcakes. That shit is against God, nigga. That shit against God. You need to get right with God. That's the problem with us, man. We ain't following this book correctly. Like, oh, fuck, here we go. God damn, y'all motherfucking chosen people. Shit. Cooking those chosen people. Motherfucking busted like, man, fuck all that shit, man. Fuck y'all up in here talking. Y'all motherfuckers up here talking about y'all motherfuckers shouldn't be supporting the gays because it's against the Bible. And fuck that Bible shit, man. Like, we supposed to be supporting these fruitcakes. What's y'all, man? What y'all talking about? Like, oh, fuck, here we go. God damn, y'all motherfucking ally ass thing. God damn. Shit. I just thought, fuck. I mean, I should. They be coming at me. They be coming after me, family. I catch them from all angles. I'm used to it. I be catching bullets from everywhere. Like I be dodging, dipping and dodging. I be I be trying to get my matrix on. Like, they be busting shots at me from everywhere, family. I must be after me. That son of a bitch. Oh, that's fuck out of here. The hell you over here talking about? What? It be on me, family. It be on me. On my neck. I mean, I be trying to dip and dodge shit, man. That shit be crazy. I mean, it be me, family, all day long. I mean, I come in, motherfuckers that be coming in. Psycho, man. I'm like, oh, shit. I just started dodging all the pseudo. I dodge all that pseudo information, all the program talking points, all the, you know what I mean? Fuck. Fuck, gotta get shit. I mean, I gotta dodge shit, baby. I gotta be on my bullshit. I'm just saying. Call in, family. Call in. You want to sound off? Call in. Now's the time. Y'all better hurry up, because my stomach's starting to growl. Y'all better hurry up. Y'all gonna call in. Shit. Let my stomach call it. It's time to shut this shit down. Y'all better call in, family. I mean, in the building. Y'all been talking about. Oh shit, we got Lance in the fucking building. Yeah, Lance one of the people Lance one of the people who be shooting shots at me. I'll be having to dodge and shit. I'll be having to get my matrix on with Lance. Shout out to Lance, man. What's up, Lance? Lance be busting shots at my ass, boy. He be on me. Psycho, man. Fuck you talking about, man? You act like I ain't tell you this shit last time we spoke. Peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from?
It's Dyson.
What's up, Dyson? How you?
Fine. I don't know. I'm gonna say the interesting part about the whole Breakfast Club conversation. The thing I find funny and weird is why not why it was all the wild coming up experience. I mean, he never did that. And I guess that's pretty much my whole thing is he's using black people as a last resort. Since he's pretty much been like a failed politician at that.
Yeah, he ain't using. He's not falling back to us for support. He's here to try to sway some frustrated Democrats away from voting Democrat next election. That's his goal. His goal is just he's being a tool for Trump. He's being a tool for Trump. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's sitting there. They did it with Kanye last time. Last time it was Kanye, and Kanye name is shit right now, so they needed somebody else. Yeah, so now they got it. So now they hauled that's the Larry Elder, and he's doing the Kanye job now. He's there to try to get disgruntled Democrats to sway away from the Democratic Party, try to sway them. People that's in the middle.
I mean, after all those years of being a politician, I don't know. I mean, maybe you should have like a good approach behind. But unfortunately, you still have people. You still have people looking to co-sign and what he said.
Say that part again?
No, I said even with all the I'm just saying even with all those years being a politician and him being a failed politician, and even if this current the stuff that he said that doesn't entirely stick, people are unfortunately going to just stick with him because he opposes this quote unquote polarizing figure against the typical Democratic people.
Mm-hmm.
All of them wanted the same thing.
Yeah, he's anti-left. He just got a whole bunch of anti-left talking points. Everything is left this, left that. The only white people he talks shit about are the leftists. He tries to separate the leftists from 150 years ago to the he tries to make it one and the same, but it's insane. Like it's just the silly mental gymnastics them conservatives play is ridiculous.
Like you said before, all Republicans are moderates. Moderates are best. They're not really the extreme right. Just as the left aren't the extreme left.
Yeah, most black people are far left or far right. That's how very rare to find black people that's close to the middle. I know because I'm in the middle, and it's hard to find people on the right that leans close to the middle, and it's hard to find people on the left that leans close to the middle. Usually, I find far left motherfuckers and far right wing motherfuckers that are black. Like they extremists. No matter which party they on the extreme side, and neither one thinks they on the extreme side of things. Like some people don't even realize they on the far left, and you got black people that don't realize they on the far right. And yeah, y'all totally on those sides. Y'all don't even realize it, some of you. But yeah.
No, I don't even add this. What these people fail to realize is they don't even get full access to grasping the depth of what's done within the party lines. They only get snippets here and there, just sort of like a scraps the table effect. I mean, not exactly. It's a different. I say all that to say they're just there to be a poster. Like every single politician, why they're like a poster? Okay, I understand you gotta put yourself out there and have a campaign, but it's never anything direct. It's always like, great example. You involved in the company, or you work for Walmart. You're pretty smart, but you're not involved in Walmart. You can't even get a CEO type of pay at Walmart type of situation. And we're told to just be okay with just taking the bare minimum. And not only that, you have to I don't know if they try to justify take all the humiliation and whatnot just to accept the bare minimum. On top of that, not to mention.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all with all the pony show. I mean, all the politicians are glorified panhandlers, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, politicians are there for you to use them. We don't use them; they use us, and that's the problem.
Yep.
It's supposed to be the other way around. We supposed to have politicians we can use, and we don't have politicians we can use. We just got a bunch of politicians using us. Issue. And we, like I said, we scared to play chess, man. We just scared to play chess. That's what it boils down to. We scared to play fucking chess. Everybody want to just keep doing more of the same shit, and it ain't working. And people, I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you a great example of that is the Breakfast Club, and once again, he's looking to pretty much use black people as a talking point, or the reason why because of this or that. Don't even. Oh yeah, and there's another thing. Once behind this conversation, it was just. How should I say this? It was just. I don't want to say ad hominem attack. It was just. The statistics, which is a big skew. He doesn't. But even with statistics, you gotta be careful with that and go into depth behind the statistics. Oh yeah, and you gotta know the date and time. The date and time of the statistics. Matches with the relevant time, date and time. Yeah, all those little factors and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you got anything else you want to add before we get out of here, Dyson?
Okay, my thing I'll add. Sure. I guess the biggest thing is be careful with the company you keep. And make and have great discernment with every decision you make. I mean, not everything's gonna be perfect. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get everything your way. But at least I have a plan towards what you're trying to get to. It's better to have a plan towards what you're trying to get to than not have a plan at all. And then, the worst thing you can ever be is just be out of position with throwing things in the wall, hoping it'll stick, like what the Larry Elder is doing. gotta throw things on the wall, hoping it'll work, hoping it'll stay. That's not the greatest position to be in. And that's all I gotta say.
No doubt, no doubt. All right, Dice, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Shout out to Dyson, appreciate the call. Shout out to him. I'll wait a couple of minutes, see if anybody gonna call in, family. If not, I'll go ahead and keep it pushing because my stomach is growling. I ain't gonna lie to nobody. I'm starving over here. I ate early this morning. I haven't ate since because I'm starting to feel it. Brandon, what's good? You over here talking about I've been at work when I ran over on the gun. Shit was crazy. Life changing after that. I almost had to go count something. The boy used to be. I have no idea what y'all talking about. What are y'all talking about? Y'all was hanging out? You and Brandon was hanging out? I don't know. Call in, family, if you're going to sound off. If not, let me know. I'm about to get up out of here. Back. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and get ready to shut down. Anybody can call in. I think y'all done for the day. Y'all think y'all had enough politics for the day? I know people want to hear the shits. So I'm going to go ahead and end the show because I ain't got no shits for you at this moment. Don't sleep on me. I might have some more later. But for right now, I ain't got no shits for you. So I know people want to be with the shits. I ain't got the shits for you right now. I'm hungry and this is a politics show. So yeah, I'm about to get ready to end this. And yeah, family. All right. Don't worry about it. You probably, you Central Time. Yeah, I ain't going to be on that long queue. My bad, but I got to get out of here. I'm starving, bro. But yeah, family, as always, if you haven't already, please do me a favor. And please click like, share, and subscribe. Oh, wait. Look at this. As soon as I'm about to close out. Peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from?
Hey, Psycho, this Bella, man, calling in for the second time. Long time listener.
What's good?
I just want to tell you, like, as far as the Democrat and Republican thingy, like, I agree with you, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? And there's not too much pushback I want to give you with that. You see what I'm saying?
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
This is for the most part, though, you know what I'm saying? We need to do better, but at the same time, like, they come with time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Psycho, though, but go get yourself something to eat, bro, and I just wanted to sign off with you, that's all.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what's up. I appreciate you calling in, Al.
Yes, sir. All good, bro.
All right, no doubt. Shout out to Al. Appreciate the call. Let him get it in right before I was just closing out. Let him get in real quick. You know what I mean? Let him get the last one. Starham, what's going on? People rolling in late. Rozzy, what's good? Y'all rolling in late. But yeah, I'm about to get ready to get up out of here, family. Give me something to eat. I'm starving. Been on for 4 hours some change. Yeah, I think I'm calling this a show. So yeah, family. As always, let's do this again. If you haven't already, please click like, share, and subscribe. It's very important that you click like. Gets us in the algorithm. It's also important that you share. It lets people know we breathing. And it's also important that you subscribe, family. Right? And after you subscribe, family, please don't forget to hit that notification bell. It's very important to hit that notification bell so you can be notified whenever we do go live. You can get here bright and early. Don't miss none of the show. And then you can be a part of the notification gang. Right? And yeah, to my haters out there, you already know what it is. It's about that time. If you haven't already, if you want to express yourself, you can do so now. Please click in dislike. Please still share this motherfucker though. Don't be selfish. Let people know why you mad. And then you might want to think about unsubscribing, right? Because you had these issues with anything you heard today, you best believe you're going to hear some more again later. And I already know you ain't know none of these motherfuckers, right? Chomp, right? And yeah, family. Please consider following me on Patreon. If you do, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up or whether I take it down. You also have access to exclusive content that I have on there. And I also have no limits on my Patreon. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. All donations given does go towards the production of the show, as always. And yes, family, please follow me on Twitter, and the Gram, and the Clubhouse, and on TikTok at SYKOPATHeist, spelled the same way as the channel. Also, family, please subscribe to all our channels. This is also very important because sometimes we might have to channel hop. And if we do, you want to stay on top of everything it is we do. So please go to the description, click on all those links, then hit subscribe. And don't forget to hit that notification bell as well. And yes, family, as always, if you out there and you looking for any artwork, graphics, designs, or logos, please consider hitting up my sister Renee at Renee Black Graphics on Facebook. Also, if you out there and you looking for any t-shirts, hoodies, coffee mugs, all custom designs, please consider hitting up her store as well. All these links, just like all the other links, will be in the description box as always. And yes, family, as always, I want to shout out everybody out in the live chat. I appreciate all y'all for coming through. Shout out to my Deep. I want to shout out everybody that called in, that chimed in, gave their opinions. I appreciate all y'all. I also want to shout out everybody that was out in the clouds, that was just listening and being nosy. Even my hate watchers, who are my biggest fans and listen to every word I say. I want to give a peace and black power to everybody out there. Holla black at your boy. I'm out.
Coming real, it's the next episode. Hold up. Hey, for my niggas who be thinking we soft, we don't play. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Hey, for my niggas who be acting too bold, take a seat. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey, smoke weed every day.
Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die.
Yeah.
Battle, I accept.
Yep.
They all fail.
Yep.
Gonna go.
Let's go.